And hello, everyone, and welcome to this December edition of the Winestream, bringing us to the end of 2020, which, as we all know, has not exactly been the greatest year, and I will not be sad to see it go. Well, as this is a holiday stream, we're going to try a little extra special something, call it an experiment. We've been working on this, and we think we've got it down. If it doesn't work, well, that's why it's called an experiment. Now, this experiment is going to require me, first and foremost, to move over here just a little bit and to put this goofy-ass thing in my ear. And now we shall see if the technology gods are smiling upon us. Well, are they smiling? Let's find out. All right, assuming this crap is working here, ladies and gentlemen, we have, through the miracle of modern technology, been able to invite the celestial dragon Tianlong along this evening. Mr. Long, how are you?
Can you hear me? Am I coming through? Do I sound like a long?
You sound like you're a long way off. Sorry, that's the best I can do on short notice.
I'm doing quite unwell, thank you very much, and thanks to that terrible pun.
Well, why are you unwell?
Well, because that pun you made right there was a little bit of a long shot, if you know what I mean.
It's my show. Leave the humor to me.
You can play. I've been playing it for several thousand years, you know.
Okay, so indeed, folks, no camera tricks this time. We've been playing around with settings on OBS, and it seems that we can now stream in a guest remotely, considering that this is probably the worst time for anybody to be traveling. We can get together in total safety.
Yeah, 6 feet apart, or in our case, 6 states length apart.
About that, yes. Now, this is a wine stream. Tien, did you bring something along?
Well, I don't think that it would be, I don't think it'd be wise for me to come unprepared to a wine stream with no wine. So I have myself here a safety precaution just in case the wine stream gets a little too sober. I'm sure you understand that feeling.
Absolutely. I have something here myself. I've had these on the show before, but I was very, very happy to find the festive Christmas holiday cheer tumor cats, a gold one and a silver one, to go along with the holiday season.
Ah, very nice. I happen to have a bottle of what some of you may have seen before, a bottle of Tate no Kawa 50. This is a very non-festive, non-cheerful, aimed at old grumpy farts such as myself who don't want to spend a lot of money because I have unfortunately used all of it on Christmas presents. So I am left with nothing but a simple bottle of sake to tide me over for the holidays.
I hope you have more than one bottle.
Well, we shall see what tonight brings us.
All right. Now, I call these tumor cats because the bottle, as you know, very strongly resembles a cat with a tumor growing out of its head, so that's where you drink the wine from. This is a Rheinhessen Riesling. It is from the Rhineland, which is okay.
And just as a disclaimer that no cats were harmed in the making of the tumor cat bottle, we must make that known.
I can't get the damn foil off. Okay, in the case when you have a corked bottle and you can't take the foil off, it is permissible just to drive the corkscrew through the foil and rip it off that way. Ah, there it goes. Okay.
Oh, so you're basically saying that in case you can't get the cat open, you can basically take your claws and rip it wide open.
Basically, yeah.
So that sounds like cat-like behavior.
Is Caraway there? I have the wine rabbit this evening. Some of you have seen this before. It's called the wine rabbit because it looks like a rabbit. And it's designed to drive this thing down into the cat's turmeric head. And it pulls the cork out.
I hope that turmeric head doesn't taste like turmeric. That wouldn't make for a very good wine.
Well, the cork does not appear to have mold on it, which is a good sign.
That's a good start, certainly.
It's a good start indeed. Let's see. And it smells like a cork. It doesn't smell like anything dreadful. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Now, I also have this extremely festive holiday glass. I can't quite recall who gave it to me. If you're in the channel and you gave it to me, I apologize, but I probably was not sober when you gave it to me, so I have an excuse not knowing. But we're going to drink out of this tonight.
Whereas again, being the simple and cheap old fart that I am, I'm drinking straight out of the bottle because that shows just how unfestive I am.
With your fabulously pink straw?
With my fabulously unfestive pink straw.
All right. Well,
Unless, of course, pink is the new festive color for 2020, because you know how the children these days are. They say, oh, blue's the new festive color, and then the next year, oh, brown's the new festive color. And before you know it, you've got just everything is festive at this point, and I'm trying to keep my fabulous pink away from that.
cheers.
Here's to you all as well. Mm. Mm. Mm.
It'll do.
It's been some time since I've been able to indulge like that, as you know.
By the way, Mr. Morningstar has pointed out that your noodles seem longer. Is that a sign of getting older, or?
Well, if I were to be honest, it is a sign of getting lazier. You see, the fluff that is on the noodles, it does unfortunately get a little unkempt if you do not take care of it as a long. Humans can find the equivalent in their what they call mustaches, I believe. So if you allow it to grow out a little too much, then it gets all long and windy, and before you know it, it actually does resemble spaghetti a little bit. So in this case, in the current state of the world, I have not felt the need to, let's say, keep my appearances up. So forgive me if I seem a little unshaven and longer than usual.
It's quite all right. I didn't realize you shaved your noodles, but whatever.
We don't shave them per se. We sort of just keep them trimmed and well kept. But to shave a long's noodles would be of the utmost heinous things you could do to a long. It's almost as bad as if you grab the cat by the tail, and we all know what happens when you grab the cat by the tail.
So Tezcat the Magic Jag has suggested Tian Long needs to hire a fluffer. I'm just going to leave that one there.
Well, I don't know if fluffer can do their job 6 feet apart, but well, we'll leave it at that. So, I must ask you, my friend, since it has been time since we've been able to share a drink together, and well, actually, speaking of some time, it was basically a year ago from today that we've been able to do so, or at least a year ago from this stream or season. So, how has the year been for you? It's the burning question that I think everyone wants to know.
It's been dull. I've not really been able to travel anywhere, although I have been able to perform online. In fact, my understanding is a young critter that I met on VR chat is streaming this into VR chat right now, and if that is successful, thank you, Magnus, and hello to everybody in VR chat. Yes,
Hello.
it's me.
Yes,
My
the VR
chat.
That's one of the things I've heard as being one of the key things in 2020 that all the young ones under the age of 99 are getting into. So I wonder if it'll be just a matter of time before I somehow get suckered in myself.
You can give it a go. It's a good system. It's got its ups and downs. It's if you want to get a proper avatar and a proper setup, it's going to cost you a lot of money. I just use keyboard, and somebody made an avatar for me that is basically just a cardboard cutout of me drinking wine. That's all you really need to see.
Wait, you can be a cardboard cutout in VR chat?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that I could just take a cardboard cutout of myself, which will never happen. Don't you make a cardboard cutout of me, but just theoretically, you could take a cardboard cutout of myself and I can walk around as a cardboard standee, and I can
Essentially, yes.
and I can stand around with people and be a stand-up kind of long. You see.
Once again, leave the jokes to me.
All right. Well, perhaps I'll give it some thought.
Give it some thought, definitely. The only downside is, as is always the case with any sort of gathering spot virtually, it does attract a certain element that can be tiresome. Let's
Ah,
just leave it at that.
I think I know what you're getting at, and I've heard not necessarily horror stories, but I've heard accounts of certain situations where things do kind of explode on VR chat with gatherings and whatnot, and attracting certain crowds that I'd rather not think about when I'm trying to enjoy my drink here.
Well, despite the foibles, I have met some wonderful folks there. Magnus being one of them,
Oh,
and I do enjoy hopping on. I try not to spend too much time there because you can get lost rather easily.
and one thing that I have heard about VR chat that I personally find rather rather curiosity inducing is the fact that your avatars can be, well, built to scale, so to say. So, for example, if you're a large towering dragon such as myself, then I could theoretically make, the cardboard cutout we mentioned earlier into, I guess, a life-sized model in VR chat. Is that not possible?
It is possible, in fact, a friend of your brother's, Dark Lurker, is there at his full size.
Well, I'm not surprised that Dark Lurker would be representing, so they say, for the dragons of rather large sizes. I'm very happy to hear that.
It would be the DOUSs, the Dragons of Unusual Size.
Yes, yes.
But VR chat has been nice, and I've been able to go in and hang out with people. It's like going back to the early days of Furry Muck, but we now have a visual medium. So in a way, it's something that I'm very, very used to, kind of going back to our roots, the sort of thing we used to dream about in the text-based days.
Yes, absolutely. And even more, I guess, nostalgic is the recreation of people's, I guess, fondest memories. And I'm not talking about just, the convention spaces that are being recreated in VR chat, but people, for example, like Cooper Tom, have been creating places like Radio Shack, of all places. And I don't know why, but that seemed to be a hit because Radio Shack was a part of most furries' upbringing from that era.
Yep. And considering that Radio Shack these days, especially for the younger furries, is sort of a mythical location, sort of a Shangri-La that we used to be able to visit in the old days.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it seems more and more that I hear about this, the more that, well, there's probably not too much harm in me joining VR chat, but as you've already mentioned, my biggest fear is that I'll get sucked into it, and before you know, I'll become one of those cool and hip youngsters wearing a Google, Pixel 5000 VR headset deluxe special edition, and I'm going to be seeing all the sights and hearing all the sounds, and before you know it, I'm plugged into the Matrix forever.
Well, I am kind of allowing myself the luxury of hope. VR chat is nice, but it really is no substitute for getting together. And
Oh,
now that the Pfizer vaccine, at least in the United States, has been approved, and the Moderna vaccine will not be far behind, and at least two others in the pipeline, I am allowing myself that glimmer of hope that in 2021 we can return to in-person conventions.
as do I. And well, I've been stroking my whiskers here in, I guess, deep thought. It might seem to all of those watching, but really, I'm stroking my whiskers and just imagining, well, the feel of, I won't say your hand specifically, but the feeling of somebody's hand stroking my whiskers once more in that fashion of noodle job, as we call it. And well, I haven't had that since the last time I was over at your place, but let's not get too far into that before we're drunk.
Mr. Morningstar asks an interesting question. Has Tien ever thought about becoming a con chairman?
What, and lose my whiskers and lose my horns off the top of my head from all the stress induced by being a concha? I do appreciate my looks, thank you very much, despite the fact that I don't have much of it left, but whatever looks I have, I want to keep them. And as Uncle Kage will tell you, when you become a concha, basically your entire face falls off.
I am 27 years old, by the way. This is what it does to you.
Yes, exactly. Case in point. But in all reality, being a concha is a rather I guess what you would call often underestimated position. It's not just you show up at a convention or a hotel for 3 days a year and you run a show, and once the show is over, you pack everything up and say, good day to you and leave. That is not the life of a con chair. A con chair's job is quite literally every single day. And, well, I frankly have more than enough to deal with on my own plate every single day. I mean, just getting out of bed for a dragon my age is already half of my schedule. So the other half, if it were to be taken up by con chair duties, I don't think that I would be able to enjoy myself that much.
There's some folks alluding to something. I still have some stories that I tell, and I tell them online now, and hopefully I'll have an in-person story hour soon. But I have one story that I've been telling that is a distinct diversion from my normal fare. Typically, a convention chairman does not speak ill of another convention or another convention chairman. It's extremely uncouth. It shows a significant amount of professional discourtesy. But I've been doing it because there was an interesting circumstance where a convention chairman crossed the line from being just a regular old incompetent boob to being a crook. Some of you have heard that tale.
Well, we've got plenty of time and plenty of wine if the audience is eager to hear it once more.
Well, when we're on to the silver tumor cat, maybe I'll start on that one. It's easier to tell when I've had a little bit.
Well, all that being said about convention chairmen and this and that and the grumblings of an old dragon who can't get out of bed half of the time, at least not without assistance of either somebody else or of wine. All that being said, I do try and do my part at the very least, for I've seen the struggles and the amount of effort and quite literally blood, sweat, and tears that it takes to put on these events. But I've also seen the goodness that comes out of it, the kind of life-changing moments that these events are able to produce. And, well, Uncle Kage can tell you, because he's seen far too many, as have I. But when you see that one attendee and you see the look on their face when they are at your event, and it looks like all of the problems that they had before they walked through those doors, all those problems are now gone. They suddenly just melted away, and you see that their face says, "I'm finally home," or something along those lines. That is what makes it worth it for us con people. I'm not going to say con chairs because, again, I am not one myself, and I don't intend on doing so. But I still try to do my part where I can. For me, that is good enough.
Aldea Carufus has asked an interesting question. Is Tien going to stay sober? I don't see him drinking.
Well, I did sneak a little sip off on the side, but if Aldea Carufus is insinuating that I am not getting drunk, then Aldea, you are in for a horrible surprise, because I don't plan on leaving this bottle. Yes, we'll leave it at that.
I was thinking, how was that sentence going to end? Leaving this bottle alive?
Yes, I don't plan on leaving this bottle alive. It must be dead, and I will kill it until it is done. I will give it so much dye that it will be dead.
Yep.
And that is a promise I shall make on camera.
Tezcat points out, we don't know how much he had before the stream. It's true. Both of us do have a tendency to pre-game, shall we say, before we do a stream. So we're not going to tell you how much we've had. That'll just have to come out.
And we have to make sure that what we are having is of a certain quality. I mean, we're not going to open a bottle on stream and, test it out and find that this is, some sort of low grade shochiku buy garbage now. So, of course, we have to ensure that what we have is appropriate to keep us going for the next few hours.
Yeah. Oh, Layla Cookie has a tumor cat of her own. I'm curious of two things, Layla. What color of tumor cat did you find, and what is the year on the bottle? Because it's very easy to find these that are a little old. You should not get one that's older than 3 years. We're still waiting. So, I had a question for Jen.
What's that?
And I completely forgot what it was. It'll come to me. I'll call you in the middle of the night. I remembered that question.
Yes, like most of the other questions that you want to ask me. And then I usually say, please check back with me on my, business hours from never o'clock to no o'clock.
Layla Cookie has 2019. Very, very good.
2019, that is a good year. That was a much better year than 2020. If you drink anything from 2020, it is most likely to taste like Jim Sock, world-ending pandemic, and everything that is related to doom and gloom.
Actually, that's a very good question. I wonder what the 2020 wines are going to be like.
Could you imagine the marketing right now of those 2020 wines? Imagine in 2019 you had all of those wineries and distilleries and breweries, and all of them were like, oh, for our newest 2020 collection, we are going to put, hopes and dreams and sparkles and rainbows on all of them. And then 2020 came and they said, well, that didn't work so well.
Calvin the Wolf, speaking of 2020, I've been glancing over at this and not quite sure how to address it. Calvin the Wolf spent half an hour today in a small room in the company of 30 family members. For a good reason, but still really bad. I'm imagining you were perhaps seeing someone off, shall we say. Even so, as much as I can understand the sentiment, it is unwise. I very much hope that nothing bad comes of it.
Well, I will say that, for some of you that are on the stream who have follow my human pet, who is currently locked away, probably doing something for Grandma Noodles right now, but for those of you that follow my human, he also had recently seen someone off, to use the same terms. And it was indeed a very challenging time, not just because of the spirit of the moment, but also because of the kind of world that we live in. So whatever event you were at, I do hope that you were at least exercising caution. That is as much as I can say without knowing more.
One yin yang points out that I apparently resemble Dr. Evil. I'm going to take that as a compliment. And have I ever thought of getting a mini Kage? Interesting you point that out, because Tianlong did get himself a mini Kage, which he has been teasing me with on occasion.
Yes, that mini Kage makes for a very, very good, shall we say, chew toy when I'm in the
You're mean.
I don't have him with me now. I'm letting him recover because, well, last night I was feeling rather bored, and well, I knew that we were going to be doing this, and I just couldn't help myself. I had to pull the little mini Kage out and just, give him a little nibble, just a little sample before tonight's main event. Some people turned on by that thought, just pointing it out.
Are you able to see the channel, by the way?
Well, yes, I am, in fact.
Okay, because I'm not sure if I should, if somebody asks a question, I'm not sure if I should, but it looks like you got to crane your neck around to see what it says.
So, unfortunately, they build these screens for humans and not for dragons' eyes, especially an aged dragon. So if you'd be so kind to read whatever questions float our way.
All right. Well, T'Chall indicates warmest wishes to your human because T'Chall is a very, very warm and wonderful, wonderful fellow. I've known him for years. And Eddie the Weather Fox points out something I never thought about. Uh, Mini Kage sounds really close to the name of a Japanese destroyer.
Does it now? Hmm.
Think about it. Yeah.
It might actually work like that. Now, a mini Kage, would mini Kage, have the same, exact same look, I would assume, as yourself, just about, half your height and, a little bit less communicative, shall we say?
It would be painted in battleship gray and probably look very, very somber. But instead of firing torpedoes, it would fire sake bottles
Yes, it would fire Gekai-Kon sake bottles at all of its enemies.
because they're deadly. Kaiwin would like to know, how is Xiaolong Bao?
Xiaolong Bao is currently a Bao, so in other words, he's doing just fine. He is
Mm-hmm.
currently guarding the nest upstairs, the nest where I basically curl up and resemble something of a cinnamon bun every night that I go to rest, because that is what wolves do. We do not just sprawl all over the place like you humans do. We are very dignified when we go to sleep. And well, Xiaolong Bao currently guarding such dignified resting places, and if I catch him sleeping when I get up there, well, that Bao will very quickly become a steamed Bao.
Yep. Alkali is here. Hello, Alkali, and he's asking what everyone's drinking. We'll recap. I've got Gold Tumor Cat to start with. Tien?
I've got myself the Tate no Kawa 50. It is a Junmai Daiginjo sake, and it was brewed. Let me see. It was brewed this year in May, so it's about 6, 7 months old, and currently does not taste like dye. So I am happy that you mentioned earlier about the wines of 2020 and what they would be like. Thankfully, so far, this is not enough dye for me to well.
Syndro the Starfire would like to know, since we are talking about the Japanese self-defense forces here, Tien, what would you fire if you were a battleship?
Well, something about that question tells me that I can't just simply say I would fire some dye at all of my enemies, but at the same time, I kind of want to say yes. I would fire a lot of dye. I would fire so much dye that they would die. Is that a good enough answer, or should I be more specific?
That works.
Okay, fine. I will fire an army of flying cats with claws that have not been trimmed and they have not been fed for 3 days.
We'll get you together with Silent Dawn. He could probably arrange that.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't crash my helicopter in the meantime.
Sky is asking me what do I think of brandy slash cognac. Not to my taste. I think, yes, it is distilled, but it destroys the flavor. Are you a brandy or cognac drinker, Tien?
I am not, but my human has been experimenting with a few different variants of whiskey lately, and I don't know what's gotten into him, but he seems to have fallen into a sort of a spell. I think one that has been fused of both the overall gloom and doom of this year, as well as I guess, the longing for a bit of a more mellowed Christmas spirit where, well, I've heard him mumble in his sleep. He sometimes does that. But I've heard him mumbling about, sitting by the fireplace on a quiet, snowfall night, and, he's got the warmth of the fire and a glass of Scotch whiskey in a big armchair. And it sounds like he's got some sort of white Christmas spell upon him to perhaps try and cover up the rest of 2020 so far. But other than that, he does not know about brandy nor cognac, and neither do I.
Now, there was a question that went by earlier, but it's a valid question. What do I think of conventions for 2021? I don't think we're going to see any in the first half of the year. But as the vaccines become more prevalent, I think we've got a good chance in the second half of the year we might see a return to conventions. We can cross our fingers or claws, whatever we happen to have.
Yes, yes. I'm trying to cross them right now, but they're kind of just getting tangled with each other. That's what happens with your log.
Now, Marauder is baking banana nut bread and watching these two drunks. I take exception, Marauder. We've only just begun. You could hardly call us drunks by this time. Give us another 2 hours, then we'll talk.
I, for one, thought that he was insinuating that us two drunks were part of the reason he was baking banana bread, and I was going to be offended because, well, you shouldn't be baking banana bread on our behalf. You should be uh, baking banana bread so that you can give it to us when we get hungry after we start drinking. Because that is a good kind of drunk food, I would say.
Yep. Now, I don't know. I probably should not complain about this. We've got a number of friends that lost their jobs because of this dreadful circumstance. I'm still employed, but my company, the policy is you have to use all your vacation time. You must use it, and you cannot carry it over. So I didn't go anywhere in 2020. Now I've got all my vacation days piled up, and I have to take them in the month of December. This is problematical for me because previously, for the last 25 years, all of my vacation was spent going to conventions. I don't remember what I used to do when I had time off.
Well, did you do anything, wintry or Christmassy? Did you ever go caroling at your neighbors? Did you ever, go and do ice skating or anything of the sort?
I used to go to Blockbuster Video and rent movies.
Okay.
We can't really go caroling right now. I've seen everything that's good on Netflix. Ice skating, I like my bones in one piece. Thank you very much.
Well, that is a fair assessment for at least ice skating. I was thinking just now of the caroling part because, well, if you had, let's say, a group of, 6 to 8 carolers, something of the norm, and all of them had to be like 6 or 8 feet apart, you just have this, giant amphitheater-shaped group of people around your doorstep, creating this sort of weird human, human shell around your house, and it almost feels like you're being surrounded by all of these cheerful people. And I think that would give me a heart attack if I had that much cheer around me now that I think about it.
Well, when you that's basically the whole point of caroling. It's extortion, is what it is. You get a bunch of people who think they can sing but can't.
Oh,
You pump them full of alcohol, send them staggering out to a neighbor's yard. They start caterwauling and shrieking, and they continue doing this until the neighbor gives them some additional alcohol to go away.
I would tell them that, you know what, if I wanted to hear caterwauling, I'd turn the TV on and flip over to America's Idol or something like that.
Exactly. So it's kind of like a Christmas protection racket.
Yes, yes, exactly.
By the way, speaking of Christmas music, I should have got it. I recommend everyone, when this stream is done, look online for a CD, an old-fashioned CD, although I think you can now download the music, by an artist known as Alexander James Adams. The CD is called Winter Carols, and it is Christmas songs, but they are Christmas songs unlike any you have ever heard before. Jan, ask me why that's so.
Well, I was thinking, I don't know why my mind wandered this way, but it's almost as if humming the tune of there's no sea like Christmas sea except it's
Okay,
no.
not that Christmas song, no.
Well, there's carols like Christmas carols done by Alexander James Adams.
This is a very unique musical treat, and this is why. Alexander James Adams used to be Heather Alexander some years ago. Underwent a magical transformation to a more blissful state, shall we say. Well, Heather Alexander was a very, very well-known bard, a folk singer, had the most gorgeous alto voice. Alexander James Adams now has a tenor verging on baritone voice. Before this mystical transformation, Heather Alexander recorded the upper registers of some Christmas carols. And then after the transformation, Alexander Adams completed the chorale with the lower registers. So you have these songs that are sung as a duet between this person's former and current self. And it really is a very, very magical effect. I highly recommend you go and find it.
Is that like time travel?
You
It's
would
kind
think
of like
so.
you're
Yeah.
thinking with yourself, but in the past. So that's almost like time travel when you put it that way. What? I'm just making a simple observation because you can sing with yourself in the past and continue to layer it on with even future iterations if there are any. Let's say if there's a remaster or something like that or greatest hits collection, and you can keep on adding on to yourself, and before you know it, you've got an entire timeline of Doctor Who like voices, all singing Christmas carols to brighten your season.
Riz is saying, what are they talking about? I'm too drunk. Riz, we're talking about you. Just don't pay attention. You already know.
You're drunk already? Dude, we're barely through the first bottle. Come on.
I haven't even emptied. The tumor cats are small bottles. I guess we got to catch up.
Yes, absolutely. Well, you also bring up something that I've been wondering myself, which is both the not being able to go to conventions or see anyone for that, and also just having a lack of anything to do while being forced on vacation, I guess. But I don't know. It seems that perhaps this year we'll have to be making do with a lot more of these video calls and Skype calls and whatnot for making up time that we would have originally had with each other. So I think that I'll probably be at least giving Grandma Kage a call on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I'll certainly be reaching out to you, of course, but I do wonder just how much will we need to really connect before all of the interwebs come crashing down. I think that's going to be a big issue come Christmas Eve time.
Yeah. Folks are asking, I'm going to repeat. Alexander James Adams, the album is called Winter Carols. Look it up. Now, I don't suspect there'll be too much trouble internet-wise, Jen, because that human you hang out with, I will remind everybody, is genetically Asian, which means he can fix any internet problems that we might run into.
Well, he's been corrupted by Canada and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know if if his genetic Asianness will triumph over the I guess assimilated Canadianness of his.
I just got to thinking, as the night goes on, I wonder if once this stuff starts seeping its way into my consciousness, I will start caterwauling Christmas carols. I'm frightened too because I'll probably get copyright strikes on them as their ancient authors rise from the grave zombie-like to claim copyright on my bad renditions of their tunes.
Yes, because everybody knows that the so-called DMCA strikes are out in full force this year, and well, goodness forbid if you sing this ancient Christmas hymn from the Bible times, and goodness forbid that Saint Peter himself comes back from the grave and says, "You can't sing my carol because I am Saint Peter" and all that.
Marauder is asking, what's the Christmas music you can't stand? I can answer that question, but Tien, do you have any particular Christmas music that just makes your blood boil, makes your noodles stand on end when you hear it, that you just want to rake claws across?
I guess it's probably on brand for myself, but anything that invokes a sense of, energetic cheering for me. Because, well, for one, I
Yes.
can't stand cheer, and number two, I cannot stand being energetic. So anything that, is aimed at getting your blood pumping and dancing around the fire pit or the Christmas tree, songs like Jingle Bell Rock and,
Ugh.
yes,
Yes.
Jingle Bell Rock and, what is the one, rocking around the Christmas
Round the
tree?
Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. That one, yes. God damn it.
Yes, anything like that which makes you, makes the children jump up and down. I'd rather just, sit down and shut up and have a drink and listen to at least what I would consider to be the classic Christmas music, also known as, things like, the American crooner generation when they sing their slow, almost dream-like Christmas songs.
Especially the ones in minor key. Yes, the classic Christmas carols I like. Um, when um, when I was in graduate school, there was a big push. On one hand, I can understand it. On the other hand, I'm not 100% sure how to really think about it. There was a big push to make the Christmas carols, the old time traditional Christmas carols, gender neutral. Because when you sang God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, you were excluding women from this God resting. Um, to a degree, I can understand that. But, you know, when we are talking a traditional song, something that's been around for hundreds of years, if people are cognizant of the fact that it comes from a different time and place, is it really necessary? Um, and besides, it's very, very difficult to properly sing in rhythm uh, uh, three monarchs of diverse ethnic backgrounds. It just doesn't quite work.
Hmm. Well, that's why for me, I like to, again, just harken back to those golden age songs where, there is no mention of one group or the other. I do find a bit more preference with those that put you in the shoes of the singer. For example, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, so those ones are more, I guess, sentimental for an old soul such as myself,
Yeah.
where you get to live the life of the singer as they dream about a white Christmas.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about any of the politics behind that.
Jeremy the Head Fox has a traditional favorite, "Oh Come Emmanuel." That is one that I happen to like. Again, nice minor key, nice and somber. Do you know it?
Yes. Oh, come, Emmanuel.
Yes. Oh, come, Emmanuel, and ransom captive Israel.
We're going to get a DMCA strike for that. You know
You're
that.
right. You're right. Now, I think that
Yes, and
maybe,
Emmanuel will
maybe
rise up, Raven. He will strike us down with his Christmasness.
uh, I'm looking forward to the end of this whole lockdown stuff because I would like to go back to an old Christmas tradition that I started when I was in college, but had to stop because the local police chief asked me to. Um,
Uh,
okay, here's what you do: you find an old burlap sack, and you put a basketball in it, and then you dump a whole bottle of ketchup in it so it starts to leak out through the burlap, and then you bang on someone's door. And when they open the door, you clear your throat and you start singing. A boy's head and hand bear I, bedecked with sage and rosemary.
are
That's
you
usually
sure
when
you
they call the
the
police.
kind of stuff you did in your college years without the presence of your lawyer?
Oh, I didn't have a lawyer in my college years.
You do now.
There's also the fact that when I went to college at 16. So for the first 2 years, I was a minor. I was like untouchable. It's like, what are you going to do? I'm a kid. Sorry. Screw you.
That's not how the law works, as Boozy would say.
Ask his kids.
His kids are, well,
Different.
what can I say? Kids are uncontrollable.
Yeah, okay, that's a good word. That's a good word for it.
Okay, let me put it another way. They're Boozy's kids.
Yeah. Justin Hunley says, do you think we might face normality in 2025 or less than 2025 or more than 2025? Hang on. 2025 minus carry the one.
Well, for the
Yes.
sake of everybody's sanity, let's hope that it is well before 2025.
Yeah. And Boozy's not here. We have to talk about him.
Well, Boozy's not here. Your lawyer is not here representing his, so-called client.
And if my lawyer's not here, I can say anything I want. That's how it works.
Well, he has to represent you, not me. So I guess it's all fair game.
QQH says, define normality. I think I may wear a mask from now on. That's a good point. We wear our masks, mine is out of reach, to not to protect ourselves, but to protect others should we be spreading anything. However, since this whole nonsense began, typically by this time of year, I would have had at least 2 bouts of the common cold and 1 sinus infection. I've had none of the above. I have been in excellent health, so I'm thinking, yeah, I'm going to keep wearing the damn mask. I'm going to ask people around me to wear the damn mask. Like when the guy comes into work and he's sniffling and coughing and hacking all over the place, put a damn mask on, asshole.
And on top of that, you also would have had, by this time of year, probably about 10 fits of post-con stress disorder, and also, crippling anxiety attacks from, the impending Anthrocon back in June or July, and probably at least 1 nasty case of the con crud because you gave someone a hug a bit too long that you probably didn't want.
I will confess, when the decision was made at the end of April in 2020 that we had to postpone Anthrocon for 2020, as much as it was upsetting, there was a part of me that was very relieved.
I mean, did your body still, have that same instinctive, almost clock-based reaction where you would wake up in the middle of the night thinking that your radio was going off or that you'd heard the fire alarm in the hotel?
No. Although, I had better make sure I don't fall asleep with this thing in my ear because that will lead to dreams.
Oh, well, let's hope that we don't have, an incident of somebody accidentally tripping the alarm at the hotel when you fall asleep tonight, and you wake up thinking you're at MFF or something, which was supposed to be this past weekend, actually.
Well, not likely I'd be at MFF. Cowlin the Wolf says, I may or may not have accidentally turned my mum into a furry. She really wants to go to AC, but doesn't seem quite to understand the furry fandom as a whole. I'm going to correct you, Cowlin. You did not turn your mum into a furry. Your mom was a furry. You have just made her aware that there's a name for it. If she wants to go to Anthrocon, great. If we can have it, I look forward to letting her buy me a drink.
The funny thing is that, well, my human, again, I mentioned earlier, has been interacting with his grandmother a little bit more, known as Grandma Noodle fondly. And Grandma Noodle also seems to be a fan of the furries. I think she's just a fan of, all the big, hunking, muscle-bound fursuits. But, well, apparently she wants to see more. And my human is trying to think of a way to, I guess, get a compilation of, aforementioned big, hunky, muscle-bound fursuits and send it her way. So she has, let's say, some entertainment while she's enjoying her golden years.
Be very careful, because if you're searching for fursuits of that description, it's very easy to stray into the territory of let's not show these to grandma, if you get my meaning.
Well, what grandma needs to have some fun as well. Grandma doesn't have anything to do in this day and age, and I can relate to her problems.
Okay, keep that in your family, okay? In my
Well,
family,
it
no.
is
Grandma does not get to see those pictures.
well, not everybody's grandmother is going to be hitting on their son in the elevator of a convention when their
I was
son
in a
is.
fursuit.
Hmm? You know where I'm going with that,
I
don't
know
you?
exactly where you're going with that. Now I have to tell it. Hopefully, she's
Well,
gone to
now
get some
everybody's going to
coffee.
want to know what you're going to tell.
Years ago, there was a fursuit of the Terry Smith character Chester Ringtail. That suit was owned by a gentleman, I believe, in Sweden, and it was a presence at Eurofurence. That gentleman had he was slender but well built, and the suit was designed to be form fitting. Then he took up bodybuilding, and the suit no longer fit him. One day I came home from work, and there was a big box on my doorstep. And when I opened it up, holy cow, that's the Chester Ringtail suit. This is a Lance Ikagawa fursuit. This is like one of the Cadillac of fursuit makers. And there was a note saying, I can no longer fit into this. Please give it to somebody who would like it. And I thought, well, at the time, I was slender but well built and said, this would fit me. So I adopted the character of Chester Ringtail. Now, Chester canonically is a kind of slinky boy toy stripper kind of character, so that's the way I played him. And Chester was getting out of the elevator at Eurofurence, I believe in 2008 or 9, something like that. And as he was getting out of the elevator, he bumped into a little tiny white-haired old lady who was very familiar. And she put her hands on his chest and said, oh, look at you. Oh, and Chester was saying, yeah. And she was like, and she stood up on her tiptoes, and Tian, she's still in channel. Okay. She stood up on her tiptoes and whispered into his ear, because since it was Germany, Sind Sie Deutsche? And Chester whispered, Ich bin dein Sohn. And she said, oh dear, and walked away. And I thought she had stepped away. I did not realize she was still in channel. Tian, I blame you for this.
Grandma, the next time I see you, I'll get you a drink.
You do that anyway.
I'll get you my drink.
Ooh, now that's an offer.
Anyhow, grandmas like to have fun. Moving right along.
Grandmas like to have fun. Grandmas like to have. There's my copyright strike. Okay.
That actually, the scary thing is that actually works.
You know, we might as well just flesh that out. If I'm going to get the copyright strike, we might as well write the whole song.
Yes, exactly. Yes, apologies to whoever the hell wrote that song, but grandmas like to have fun is a thing now.
Justin Hunley asks, since I'm a scientist, thank you for noticing, what do you think the furry fandom species is mostly composed of? I imagine, Justin, that what you're asking is what are the most prevalent species in furry fandom? Foxes, certainly. Huskies, they tend to be big. Chen, help me out here. Foxes and huskies. What else do we see quite a lot of?
You forgot wolves.
What's that?
Wolves.
Oh, wolves. Well, wolves, huskies are practically the same thing.
German shepherds are also quite popular.
We're seeing more and more protogens now. They're a new species.
Yes, we've got a majority. I believe there was actually a study that was done by the First Science group. You're familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
And the First Science folk did conduct a study. They conduct a study every year, but they conducted their study of Anthrocon in 2018. And from that study, they found, I believe, the dominant species that was at Anthrocon was indeed foxes. And I believe that was followed by canines. They kind of grouped all the canines together, whether it be the huskies or the sheps or the doggos of all breeds and kinds and shapes and sizes, including the long doggo, or as we call them, the douche hounds.
Actually, here we go. You mentioned First Science. I just brought up their results. The most prevalent species. Oh, this is a 2020 international online survey.
Okay.
So this is the most recent data they have. Wolf is 20.7%. Dragon is 16%. Fox
What?
is, yes, 16% dragon right after wolf. Fox has dropped to 15.8%. Hybrid is 14%. Dog, which includes husky, is 10.6%. House cat, 8.2%. Other big cat, sorry, Silent Dawn, 6.9%. Other, 23.9%. So wolves are apparently the most prevalent species now, followed by dragons.
So I wonder where all these wolves came out of the woodwork or out of their dens, wherever they were, because I don't remember that being the case just a couple of years ago.
Somebody probably opened a pack of them. see, because it's. Let's move right along, shall we? Okay.
Yes, please. Move right along.
Do I know Duke Doberman? Do you mean Dancing Duke, the Dancing Doberman? I know of him. I don't think we've ever been introduced. Jen, you know Duke, don't you?
Well, there's actually a couple of Dukes that are doggos in the fandom. We have Duke the Dancing Shepherd, and then there's Duke Doberman. Now, the first one, Duke the Dancing Shepherd, is probably the one that you're thinking of, except he doesn't do a lot of dancing these days. The second one, known as Duke Doberman, well, you were talking about, slender yet well-built boy toy fursuits back in the day. That's what Duke Doberman is. I'm sure you'll know exactly what I mean if you search Duke Doberman up right now on Twitter.
Yep. I cannot get this thing to stay. Hang on.
What's happening? I can't see.
Get this goddamn thing to stay in there. Let's see what this does.
Shows your face. For those of you that are wondering how this is working with the technology and whatnot, we are currently on a Skype call, and because Uncle Kage has to use his web camera for OBS to make sure that he looks good for the stream, I cannot see him on the call. All I see is this little bubble of an image, and it's got a man in it, and this man is sort of tilted his head one way, and he's smiling at me, and he's probably got a glass of sake in his hand because the photo was taken at JMOF in Japan, which we were supposed to go to next year, I shall tell you.
Yes.
And he's looking rather happy because I can't tell if he's happy to see me or my sake that I currently have.
Alkali. Okay, Tien, I want you to brace yourself. Leave it to Alkali. Looks like Kage is listening to a tape.
What?
Tape.
Alkali?
Yes, Alkali said that. Okay, I'm just totally mystified that I didn't see that one coming. I did. That one caught me off guard.
Alkali, I love you, but I want to punch. Cheers to you, my friend.
Absolutely.
With the label in front, cheers to you, my friend.
Justin Hunley says, is Tien a Chinese dragon? Tien is indeed a Chinese dragon, known colloquially as a long. I'm sorry, Long, I have to say it right.
Yes, yes, long.
Ah,
Except this Chinese dragon, I shall have you know, has unfortunately been, I guess what you can say, has been imbued with in the ways of the Guaylo. So instead of being all Chinese and regal and, doing benevolent, celestial things like, writing ancient decrees and, controlling the weather so that it's always raining in Seattle or something like that. We here in Canada, and by we I mean me, we tend to sit around and we curl up on our nests and we open a bottle of sake and we go on camera with old men who enjoy doing the same. And well, here we are. What can I say?
Tien, you mentioned a phrase a moment ago that perhaps bears explaining. Guaylo.
Yes.
What is this phrase and what does it mean?
Well, Guaylo is a simple Chinese phrase for a well-respected white person. So if you see a white person and you are of course Chinese descent and you refer to that person as a Guaylo, it means, oh, I see that you are a well respectable, well mannered white person. I have utmost respect for you.
That's what Tien told me the first time he used it in my presence. However, I have been speaking to other Asian dragons who have given me a more broader appreciation for the dialect. Guaylo literally means ghost man, and it is to
Ah,
describe a pasty white person.
lies and deceit, fake news, didn't happen. It was invented by the Chinese. I am right. What I say is true.
Then what do you say about Hamsup Guaylo?
I give you 2 for 1 discount on that now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Gummy Bjorn has it there. Hamsup Guaylo, and he's got it. It's actually spelled fairly transliterated well. That
Ah,
means salty, wet ghost man. Or loosely
salty.
translated, old white pervert. So when I
Well,
heard that from Tianlong,
Well, the salty and sweaty part simply it's just inferring to the flavor palettes of respectable, well mannered white men, where they like the I guess they like it when it's salty and they like it when it's wet. That's all I will say about that matter.
so when I go to visit you and I get to see Grandma Noodles again, I can bow very respectfully and say, "Du lei lomo." Justin Hunley would like to know how long Tien has had his suit, by which he means, of course, that lovely black tuxedo of yours. Uh,
Oh.
he thinks 5 years, but I think it's longer than that.
Well, it is coming up on 7, actually. That lovely black tuxedo is coming up on 7 years. So it is getting rather up there in age, but at the same time, it has not seen much use. So therefore, it's been kept in very, very, very good condition, if I do say so myself. And I do like to take it out and at least brush it and make sure that it doesn't have any sort of markings on it or any tears or anything that it would make it look unkept so that, I can continue using it for many, many years to come, even though I don't think that I'll be able to bring it out again in the public for some time because, well, unfortunately, there's not much use for those kind of suits these days.
Kyowan says something very strange. I don't understand this bizarre phrase that is used. Does anyone else remember the butt nose?
What what is this butt nose we're talking about? We
I
do not
don't
talk
know.
about
You'll have to ask Kyowan. I don't know what is being said.
We do not talk about any butt noses. The butt nose is not a phrase that we allow here. I shall not allow this butt nose phrase. It is an outlawed ancient phrase that is used to demean celestial dragons such as myself. We shall not allow this ever, and I shall administer copious amounts of dye to any that do dare to say it in my presence.
Well, while you're administering the die, I shall explain to folk. When Tien was younger, his nose had a slightly different shape to it, uh, rounder and well, okay. Some very, very rude person intimated that his nose looked like a derriere. He since has had some rhinoplasty and has had that fixed.
Yes, a rhino had put some plasty on my nose, and then at that point it became a rhinoplasty and fixed the problem at hand. And to that very, very rude, impudent youngster that had insinuated my nose had looked like, what did you say, derriere?
A derriere.
Yes, yes, to that very young, impudent scoundrel that I have not yet identified, but most certainly will in the near future. Just know that my derriere can be quite heavy, and I don't mind using it upon such impudent skulls as yours.
Then you might want to consider Gummibjorn because he's the one that reminded us that it looked like a bent over girly with no shorts.
Perhaps it was a good thing that Eurofurence was skipped this year, for if I heard such a comment there, I don't think the hotel would have lasted long.
Oh, Nico D says, "Oh my God, Qianlong," which I think is an expression of joy and excitement to see you.
I don't get such reactions often. Who is this person that is joyful and excited to see me? Most people, when they see me, just direct me to the nearest bar.
That is Nico D. Oh, and Mama T is here. Mama, hello. Very good to see you.
Hello, Mama T.
Ah. Um, and Yakisoba says, wouldn't be the first time the bar got set on fire. He's talking about FCN 4 years ago, isn't he?
Wasn't there a time, I can't recall which convention it was, but wasn't there a time where there was a bar rag or something like that that we almost caught on fire? Some sort of like a tablecloth or something that was nearly set on fire. I can't recall.
Almost. I think it was.
I think it might have been at Eurofurence, but it's all right because well, it wasn't our fault. It was some other scoundrel. We would never be as I guess careless to accidentally set the furniture on fire while we're enjoying our libations. Never has happened. Fake news. Other media made it, and we'll blame China for it.
So what you're saying is, we didn't start the fire.
You're going to get a DMCA copyright strike for that.
I probably already got one with the
Yeah, probably.
we three monarchs of diverse ethnic backgrounds. Katie is here. Hello, Katie. My little niece, my little bitty baby niece, Katie is here. Good to see you, my darling. How are you?
Well, I just dropped my fabulously pink straw. I must go and wipe it down. I shall be back in just a jiffy.
All right, all right. Oh my God, Weissenwolf, holy mackerel. Why don't you tell the story of the Technology Convention? Weissen, I think I did half of a story hour about Eurofurence 9 is what you're talking about. They still refer to it as the disaster. It would take a good half hour to tell that tale. Maybe later.
I found my fabulously pink straw.
Ah,
Disappeared and almost tried to run off back into the secret stash of other fabulously pink straws that it had been plundered from.
and Yakisoba says it perfectly. EF9! Yeah. Undertaker says, welcome back, Butt Kitty. I'm going to stay back and just not be part of this.
What was that? Would you like to say that a little louder?
Undertaker, ball's in your court.
Hmm? No, these children have grown a little bit too confident now that we don't have a celestial dragon attending the same conventions as they are, because there are no conventions. But just you wait.
Ah,
When the next one returns,
here's a
so
very.
shall
We're going to change the subject to keep death from happening. Here's an interesting one, Tien. Keto Dragon Fox is not Keto Dragon Fox because Keto says, "Greetings, Uncle Kage and Qianlong. Keto's wife here. I was 45 minutes late to tonight's wine stream because I was taking a nap and Keto did not wake me up. How rude. What should his punishment be?" What should the punishment be? I say
well, it
drink
depends.
all the wine.
I was going to say it depends on. Well, it depends on a couple of things. The first being, does does keto do this on a regular basis where, this is just regular happenings for them? And the second is, how much dye do you feel like giving them? Based on those two answers, I'll recommend something appropriate.
Riz, who is several sheets to the wind right now, asks why there are more tumor cats in the background. That's because I have gone through several tumor cats in the past, Riz, and we will be adding to it this evening's offering of the Christmas gold and silver tumor cats, which I am enjoying this evening. This one.
One of these streams, I'm almost imagining that you would be able to set up the tumor cats, kind of as a little mosaic or background behind you in the stream. And at one point in the stream, when you were enough sheets to the wind, you would kind of go back to the tumor cats and start to play them as if they were water glasses or some sort of wind pipe that you could blow through.
Could do that. Dave Nivius says, I thought you swore off tumor cats when I told you what they resembled. No, Dave Nivius, I simply blocked it from my mind.
That's what drunks do best, Dave.
Justin Hunley is asking an interesting question. Since I've already told Justin the worst furry convention I've ever been to, Jen, are you willing to discuss the worst furry, maybe not by name, the worst furry convention experience you have ever had?
Well, I'm pretty sure that this one is a little obvious, seeing as we've talked about it before in other streams, that is, and as well at other conventions. But a little furry convention, which is no more, which took place in the northern parts of Michigan. It lasted no more than a couple years, if I'm not mistaken. But, well, this one was most famously known as the, hotel that would not let its patrons eat or drink, with any outside food or drink. And itself did not have any of its own facilities for food and drink. I'm pretty sure those that have been here and on previous streams know exactly which one I'm talking about. That one, I think, still stands at the top of the worst furry conventions that I have been to.
Riz, du kommst aus Schwaben. We've got a lot. We got quite a lot of Germans here this evening. Willkommen und danke schön für hier bien.
Bitteschön, Deutschland. Yep. Hallo, Sie deutsche furries and all that. Yep. Ich bin ein Nudeldrache and all the other things that I am in Germany, including a drunk.
Onyx Flame is asking up to the end, would I be considered a decent dragon? Of course, Onyx Flame is Welsh. And we are asking the Weather Long, who's controlling the Welsh weather, to make it snow once, not rain. Of course, you have to be able to speak Welsh, so you have to go up to that one and say, "Hey, Boyle, what you doing?" Something like that.
Well, I will say right now that the Weather Longs, me being one of the former Weather Longs, we do tend to act on emotion rather than on schedule. So whoever it is right now that is up above and controlling the skies above Wales and basically, the United Kingdom as a whole, perhaps they're not having as good of a day as you'd like them to. So just perhaps think of ways to cheer them up.
Yeah.
I know that the longs that are currently controlling the skies above the eastern seaboard here in North America, they seem to be a little bit gloomy as of late because, well, they can't really enjoy the holiday season. And actually, they've been giving us weather that's resembling April instead of December. So we've got our own problems on this side of the pond.
I have to ask this. The rest of you have no idea what I'm saying. Weissenwolf, are you by any chance from Newfoundland? I have to know. In the meantime, Justin Hundley is asking, what's the best furry convention that we've ever been to? I know what my answer is. I'm going to let Tien answer. Most of you already know my answer, and I shall let him answer first.
Well, I can certainly say that, well, first off, there have been many, many conventions that I have gone to where, well, I cannot overstate how, I guess, perspective changing. I won't say life changing because I've lived a very, very, very long life, but perspective changing many conventions have been, but none had opened my eyes up as well or as profoundly as Eurofriends has. And I don't think that I have told enough of the associates that I know, and they've already heard more than a mouthful from me. But Girlfriends has been the one singular convention where, as soon as I walked through those doors of the Estrel Berlin Hotel, that I was in absolute shock of what I saw. And I don't think that that feeling has left me to this day because, well, I went to my first Eurofurence in 2017, and even after that, in 2018 and 2019, every year since, that feeling has not left me. And I think that speaks to just the wonders that Eurofurence brings to, a simple old dragon such as myself.
The reason I asked, Weissenwolf is not from Newfoundland. Weissenwolf said, where you to? I visited Newfoundland in 1990. Goddamn, 30 years ago. Holy crap. I stayed for a couple of days in St. John's. Now, anybody who is unfamiliar with the subtle nuances of Canadian culture, the Newfoundland accent is some very, very strange cross between English, Irish, French, and Martian. Because it's true. When I was there, I had to get a taxi, and I called up the taxi company, and the guy said, "Yeah, buddy, where you to?" I said, "Well, I'm going to City Hall." He said, "Yeah, I know, but where you to?" I'm going to City Hall. He said, I got that, buddy, but where you to? Where are you to is where are you now? I could not understand a single word anybody in Newfoundland was saying. It was like I was.
I'll tell you right now, and this comes from a dragon that has had experience with Newfies speaking in Newfie. That half the time they don't know what they're saying either, but there's some sort of weird telepathy that is happening between Newfoundlanders and Newfies for short. There's some weird form of telepathy happening between Newfies when they're talking to each other. So in our regular speak or language, what we're hearing is "where you to," but in their minds, what they're communicating to each other is "hello, it is very nice to meet you. Where are you currently located?" And as outsiders to that Martian culture, we are unable to comprehend such telepathic messaging, and therefore all we get is the where you to, and to spend 5 minutes dumbfounded on the phone trying to translate that with Google, and Google says, well, I don't know what you're talking about, where you to?
There are times when telepathy is not necessary because at sunset on the second day of my visit, I was down at the waterfront. It's very, St. John's is picturesque. I don't think it has changed an iota since World War II. A very quaint little town. And I was watching the fishing boats come back in from the Grand Banks. And at one point, I didn't realize fishing boats parallel park. They were all coming up to the quay, and they were pulling up into little spots here. Well, one was coming in, and he was coming in very fast. And even as a non-mariner, I was watching that saying, he's coming in kind of hot. Is he going to slow it down or what? And that boat came in, made a beeline for the stern of the one in front, and just bam, smashed into it, knocked the first boat a good 30 or 40 feet forward. It kind of started listing and then righted itself. Well, the master of that boat came out, and for the first time, I was able to understand Newfie. He came out and said, "Hey, buddy, you're fucking, buddy, you're fucking, I'm gonna fucking, buddy, fucking fuck." I got all that.
Are you sure you weren't in Boston?
No, this was Newfoundland, and I was able to understand every word of it.
Could have fooled me. That sounded more Boston-like than Newf.
Okay, my accent. I've been hanging out with my niece. She's living in Boston right now, so it probably rubbed off on me.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yep. Let's see. Oh yeah, actually,
You actually, you had your answer, your side of the answer to the best convention that you've been to. Have you shared that yet?
Okay. For many years, I would say Eurofurence, and I still say Eurofurence. They put so much heart into that convention. All convention staff work hard. The Eurofurence staff kicks it up a notch. They invest their soul into that convention. I've been last year to JMOF. Now, JMOF is a very nice convention. The fursuits are incredibly cute because it's in Japan. It's the Japanese meaning of furries. And perhaps I am... perhaps I am biased somewhat, but they have a sake tasting on Saturday night of the convention. They have literally an infinite supply of sake.
Not just that, though.
They have their own convention sake.
You're missing, in my opinion, the best part. Not just that they have an infinite supply of sake. This convention has its own sake.
Yes, there is a sake brewer in the town, and the brewery makes a commemorative sake vintage just for the con.
Let me just interject. How many conventions do any of you know, anyone out there, how many conventions do you know, whether furry or not, that has its own brand of alcohol? We're here for many hours. I'll wait for you to come up with an answer. But as far as I'm concerned, JMOF takes the cake when it comes to not just the kind of receptiveness that it has, not just the quality of the convention, but the lengths that they go in order to really provide that feeling of this is JMOF and you're not getting JMOF anywhere else.
We have made that statement. JMOF is the only convention that has its own alcohol label commemorative for the convention. I shall say right now, Alkali, the ball is in your court, my boy.
It's almost as if Alkali just not too long ago passed the torch to, who was it? Drago, I believe it was.
Okay, he might
Now
have
we're
passed the
passing it back.
torch, but he's still on fire.
Yes, well, okay, well, here's the thing. Alkali passed the torch to Dragor. However, little did he know that Alkali bought the 2-for-1 pack because he's cheap like that, and he took back the other half of the 2-for-1, and he still has the torch. Alkali, stop buying discounted Walmart torches.
Tien, guess who just showed up?
Who?
Moth
Your lawyer?
Monarch!
Oh, hello, Moth.
Hi, Moth. How are you?
How are you doing, Moth? It has been some time since I have seen you. I hope you are doing well, Moth.
She is an outstanding person.
They are.
My apologies. I blame this. Seren Altiori says, when does Anthrocon get its own brand of alcohol? We're in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania liquor laws are weird.
I
Get me
cannot count
offline.
the number of times that I have wanted to go out and replenish my stock of refreshments, and I look at my clock and it is 6:01 p.m. 6:01 in the afternoon or evening, depending on where you're from. And I think to myself, oh, the liquor store should be open at this time, but it's Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania's liquor laws are archaic. The state actually has a liquor control board, the LCB. All alcohol has to go through the LCB, which I think is run by a bunch of guys with Sicilian surnames, if you know what I mean. Justin Hunley is asking, Tien, has Tien ever seen a baby Chinese dragon fursuit, like a kid wearing a Chinese dragon fursuit in a convention? That's the question.
I recall, but I would be very, very endeared to one should I see it. The sad thing is, well, let me put it this way. Longs are somewhat of an ancient breed, and when I say ancient, I mean they are ancient. We go back many, many thousands of years. That is simply the way things are. But we do not, unfortunately, inspire new generations such as other types of dragons do. There are not many that take to the, I guess, the long way of things, and for that, there are not many that appear young anymore. I am one of the few that exist and at least try to make myself a bit of a presence around, but even that is becoming difficult for me in this day and age. But again, if one were to be inspired to take up the ways of a long and appear at the convention, I would be rather endeared to said individual.
A question has come across. Tien, would you indulge me for about 5 minutes to blurt out a story?
Well, of course. As long as it's a good story, that is.
I hope so. Guys, throwing questions out there. We ain't going to be, at least I ain't going to be looking at the channel for about 5 minutes because the questions come up asking about my worst travel experience. That's from Rami Kuroraiden.
I think I know which one this is, so I'll just stay silent.
Let's find out if you're right. A number of years ago, I was flying the former U.S. Airways to England. I was going to be traveling there for Confuzzled. Now, when I travel, because I have the SMD card, and those of you who have been watching the Winestream for a while know what that is, I am able to get upgrades to first class, which I use particularly for international travel. So I was in the first class cabin, and I before you take off, they start pouring, and they don't stop pouring until the plane actually takes off. So I struck up conversation with this absolutely delightful family who were from Yorkshire, the Varley family, Mr. and Mrs. Varley. And we were chatting back and forth, and it came time for the plane to taxi back, and it was pushing back from the gate. And the flight attendant was giving her, you know, thing that she does. And she was just about pointing out where the exits were when there was a violent jolt. The aircraft lurched very, very violently, and the flight attendant was thrown off balance, and she grabbed onto the seats on either side. Very, very professional. She said, "It's all right, ladies and gentlemen. That occasionally happens." And then she disappeared up front with the other flight attendants. Well, we sat there for a long, long time. And the flight attendants came back and started giving us booze. So myself and the Varleys were having our booze. And I looked out the window. From my seat, which was in about the second row, I could see what must have been 30 or 40 people in high-vis clothing staring at the front of the aircraft doing this. Now, if you're close to the front and you listen, you can hear what the flight attendants are saying when they think they're being quiet. Were you aware that on an Airbus A330 aircraft, if you turn the front landing gear too far, it will snap off? And that's what had happened. As they were pushing back, they turned it too far, and the frickin' landing gear literally broke off the plane. It took about 2.5 hours before they were able to rig something up to drag the aircraft back to the gate. And by that time, everybody was tired. It's getting very late at night. It had to have been about 11:30 p.m. by that time. They finally dragged the aircraft back to the gate. They deplaned everyone. And as people were deplaning and kind of milling around the gate area, I didn't know what else to do. So Clive Varley, that's Mr. Varley, Clive, was standing there. I said, "Clive, give me your hand." And I took his hand and I stood up on a chair and I started singing Rule Britannia, because it seemed the thing to do. When Britain first at heaven's command arose from 'neath the azure main, arose from 'neath the azure main. This was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang this strain. Everybody, roll Britannia, Britannia, roll the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. Well, a bunch of people were joining in, and it was a lot of fun. We stood around in the gate area for more than 2 hours. And the loudspeaker kept saying, "We're getting another aircraft for you." But things were uncomfortable because we had deplaned back into a terminal which was now closed. Nothing was open. no bar. There were no facilities at all. The bathrooms were closed. However, myself and a number of men from the flight decided we were taking that into our own hands. We reopened the restrooms ourselves.
Oh,
So it was coming up on about 1:30 a.m. What U.S. Airways did was they kept saying, we're going to get another plane, we're going to get another plane, we're going to get another plane. They were just doing this to give their employees time to get to minimum safe distance. All of the airline employees were gone. It was just passengers. There was no airline employee there at all. When on the loudspeaker an announcement came, ladies and gentlemen, this flight has been canceled. You will find cards up at the podium with a phone number on it that will allow you to rebook your flight. Also a phone number to get you a discount on a local hotel room for the night. So I got on the phone. Now, I got the SMD card, high-level frequent flyer crap. So I got that online, and I got through right away. And they rebooked me, and I said, I don't need, my car is here. I'll just drive home. This is my home airport, so don't worry about it. But now I need you to reaccommodate the Varley family. And the lady said, well, are they also SMD members? And I said, they're with me. We got them reaccommodated. And we got them a hotel room. And that's when I realized, looking around, that card that they gave us had an 800 number, a toll-free number that only works from an American phone. Half of the people on this flight were British, and they had cell phones that couldn't call these numbers. So I said to Clive, give me your hand. And he held onto my hand, and I stood up on a chair, and I very loudly called it, because sometimes my voice is very loud. Some of you might know that. And I called out, ladies and gentlemen, our British friends cannot call the numbers on this card. If you have it in your hearts to share your phone with them, please do so. Americans suck 98% of the time, but that evening, almost all of the Americans handed their phones to the British folks so they could call and get themselves taken care of. Well, I saw the Varleys to a hotel, then I went to get my car and found out the parking lot was closed, so I had to go back to the hotel anyway. And it was nerve-wracking because everyone wanted a room. And I went back and said, can I get a room too? And they said, no way, dude. There's like 500 people ahead of you. And I said, could you look up Sam Conway Anthrocon? And then he went, oh yes, Dr. Conway, of course we have a room for you.
And the moral of the story is?
Always have an SMD card and make friends with English people.
That came out surprisingly more altruistic than I thought it would for your moral. I thought it was going to be, it's always good to be Uncle Kage.
Oh, right. That it does too. Now, a lot of people they actually accuse me of making up my stories. Can you imagine?
I will say that I did imagine such things until I met the Varley family. Now, this was an interesting thing that happened because, well, I'll let you all know firsthand that I doubted this story.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Varleys, if I may
well,
introduce them.
yes, yes. And I had doubted this story when I had heard it first until I believe it was Confuzzle 2015 or 16. I can't remember which it was. But anyhow, it was a Confuzzled where I had the opportunity to attend for the first time, and Uncle Kage had let me know in advance that, well, one of the traditions that he has when he goes to Confuzzled, whenever he can begin, is that he invites the Follies for a drink. And, well, this happened in one of the games that were both at Confuzzled and with the Follies. And I
Jen,
actually
hold up a moment.
that these people were, well, real people. And I can attest to the very Britishness of the Varley, because, well, of course, they were very British and polite and didn't sit until they were invited to sit, and they were extremely well until Mr. Varley got a single glass of rosé, a 15-pound glass of rosé, I shall remind you, but a glass of rosé in him. And then at that point, they did show the, well, shall I say, the other side of British culture. But nonetheless, still a very, very valid story that I should happily attest to the authenticity.
Jen, we seem to be having a small connection issue. We could hear what you said, but you sound very far off. We're hoping that it catches back up. Rick says, check your mic settings. No, his mic settings have not changed. This is the network we're looking at.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Hello, is this working? Are you able to hear me now? Is this coming through? Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You still sound somewhat like a Cyberman.
Wait, that's Cyber what? What did you just call me? I implore you, call me that one more time. What did you just call me?
All right. Hopefully the network will get a little bit better. We'll take a rest and maybe it will come back. And people are saying good view of the butt nose.
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, suddenly you're back when I said that.
Who said that? Who said that? I demand to know right now. I do not have the chat in front of me, but who said that?
Kiowan says, disconnect and reconnect. Try hanging up and calling again. You sound like you're on a tin can and a string, Tien. Is it going to clear up, or should we try disconnecting and reconnecting you?
You ask me as if I have any knowledge of such foreign technologies that I am not acquainted with. I am, in fact, from the tin can and string era, I'll have you know, so anything beyond that is beyond my expertise.
Well, okay, we'll leave it up to the channel. What do you think we should do? And by the way, people are saying, what is an SMD card? Okay, when you're a frequent flyer, they have different levels. They have the silver level, the gold level, the platinum level, the diamond level. I fly a hell of a lot. So I am the amazing, super colossal, silver, gold, diamond, suck my dick level frequent flyer on several airlines, also known as SMD.
It also helps that you are Dr.
Yeah,
Samuel Conway.
Jen, you're back.
Yes, am I back? Can you hear me now? Can you hear and see me? Am I in 3D now?
You are.
Okay, good.
By the way, I'm going to take a very, very brief aside to remind everyone that this wine stream is supported by our Patreon patrons. I'm sorry if this is tedious and you hear this shit on other channels, but you know what? These people fucking give me money, so I'm going to mention their names. We are very grateful to Zilver the Viking, Cecilion, Furry Trainer, Jackal the Circle, Malmer T, Nikolai Tiger, Onyx Flame, Rick Hale, Silent Dawn, Silver Gataman, Tau, Tezcat, Magic Jag, Valhalla, Wadius the Dragon, Bentley Shepherd, Blackfoot Ferret, Botunus, David Hunter, Dunkel Pfote, Atheist, Jeremy the Hade Fox, Kaharia Worgen, Martin Spangenberg, McLovin Main, Merlin Scorch, Mutter Wolf, Q the Dane, Rove Indigo, Sasha Whiteford T, The Dragot Show, Ash Wolfvelter, Vovaka, and Yaki Soba. Thank you all so much. Why you give me money for this bullshit, I don't know. You got more money than sense, but I'm glad that I got your money and you got the sense. Thank you all so much. Yay, that's that part.
Well, you mentioned all of the sponsors and all of the patrons and whatnot, and I do want to actually take a moment, if you don't mind.
Please.
And I do want to say as well, even for those, because I know that you and I share quite a similar audience, even though I know that many of you have been wondering about, well, my grumpus and whatnot. I do hope that all of you are able to enjoy at least a special holiday version appearance of, well, yours truly on the wine stream, even if it's not a grumpy stream, and you're able to, well, tide yourselves over with such. And perhaps we shall see if the grumpy stream might make a return in the new future, the near and new future, when all of this madness is over.
We can only hope.
Yes, indeed.
One Yin Gang says, not the Yin stream. We are very much hoping that in the upcoming months we can welcome Zeke Hyena back, but we are not going to let him drink as much as he did last time, because if you saw that stream... Okay, did you see the stream, Tien, when Zeke Hyena was here? He went through barely a bottle and was passed out next to me.
Typical Savannah hounds.
It's a scavenger thing. He's a scavenger, not a predator.
Well, that's the problem, is that in the savannah, you know how it's in the savannah, it's always a little dry up there, and any time that any of the savannah creatures, particularly the savannah hounds like Zeke, when they see a source of water, even just water, not even alcohol of any sort, but water, they instantly race forward and they start lapping at it. And when they start lapping at it, they then start gurging on it. And when they start gurging on it, they then get a little too ahead of themselves. And before you know it, they're passed out on simply being hydrated. Well, Zeke is no exception to that rule.
Jen, did you say gurging?
Well, you got what I meant, not exactly what I said. Go by what I
meant. Did you mean gorging?
Gorging. Blame the Canadian accent. Unfortunately, I've developed one being here for this long.
Is this why, when you have your sake container, you refer to it as a gourd?
You're making me sound like a newfie at this point.
Well, sorry, buddy. Where are you to?
Anyhow, we shall see whether Zeke can handle a second round or not, because this time around, as unfortunate it is to say, I don't think that we would be able to accommodate a morning after stream.
No. Oh, Yakisoba is heading off. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Yakisoba. Cheers to you.
Yaki, guten Morgen. I shall hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Or not guten Morgen, guten Nacht.
Guten Nacht.
For it might be the morning, depending what time it is, but guten Nacht.
Guten Nacht for Pistisch.
Yes, what he said and all the above.
Oh, Onyx Flame is asking, Tien, she points out every time you shift, your sound goes funny. Do you have any microphone wires going to the computer, or do you have a speaker in front, or a microphone in front of you?
Well, I do not have anything in front of me except for the camera that you see right now. In fact, I am not using a computer. I am borrowing one of the so-called smarty phones that my human owns. You see, he has a spare smarty phone that he decided after I had threatened his life that I could use for this particular stream. So, like you had mentioned, that this is a sort of experiment for your stream. It is also an experiment for mine as well, because, well, it becomes a little tedious to continuously transport the computer back and forth. And at this point, I figured, well, if this smartphone can do the same job, why not try it out? But if it becomes a big issue, as we go on, then perhaps that'll be a note for me not to use the smartphone for my streams in the future.
All right. And also, Kaiwin said, "Here come the flags." Not quite. Yes, Undertaker asks, if Tianlong is Canadian, then where is his toque?
The toque, does Undertaker mean my toque?
Oh, I'm sorry, toque.
I believe
I'm sorry, I read it wrong. Yes, I apologize. It is toque.
I have to clarify because a toque means something different in Canada. After all, you do realize that in Canada there are those that enjoy a specific hobby of sorts, and that specific hobby involves taking toques of something.
By the way, when this glass is done, I'm going to do the art portion of the wine stream.
The art portion, you say?
Yes, but I'm going to finish this here. Silent Dawn says, I thought you were supposed to stream with me this month. Silent Dawn, we streamed 2, 3, but we streamed recently. What the hell are you talking about? Silent Dawn, if you remember, is Earl from the Lube Rack. He was here like 2 or 3 months ago.
Yes, absolutely. And then he lubed your rack up real good. So I don't think
he
your
lubed
rack
me very, very well. Oh my God, did he?
Dude,
I'm sorry. Sorry, let's move along, shall we? I got a little distracted. Yes.
Show the stream. I've seen photos of just how well Uncle Kage's rack has been lubed up.
Kisnath Kizora has a question. A sake question is Bride of the Fox, by which you mean Kanbada, Bride of the Fox, meant to be drank warm or cold? Okay, okay, we're going to take a step back. Bride of the Fox comes from Kanbada, Japan, Kanbada Prefecture. Years and years and centuries and decades and minutes ago, the people of Kanbada looked out at a neighboring mountain and they saw lights on the mountain, unexplained lights. Now, the Japanese, being an extremely pragmatic and down-to-earth people, immediately assumed that these lights could only be explained by the fact that this was the wedding procession of the fox spirit. So what they were seeing was the fox's wedding. So every year in Kanbada, they have the Fox Festival. This is the first fursuit parade, because all the people of Kanbada dress up as foxes, and they have a parade, and they brew this sake, which is commemorative for this. So Kanbada, Bride of the Fox. Is it meant to be drunk cold or hot? For this particular stuff, I would say personal preference. It's a mid-grade sake. If you drink it cold, easy. Put it in the refrigerator. If you want to drink it hot, put it into the tokuri, the little flask that they have. Put that into warm water. Not boiling water, but warmish water. until it is a little warmer than like blood, baby milk, whatever. I still suggest you take it cold.
I was going to say that based on that story, it seems like the foxes are getting married quite a bit, seeing as how popular Kanbara is.
Yes?
Well, sounds on par for the cause, considering again that I had been under the assumption that foxes were the predominant species. And if they were getting hitched every day, as it kind of sounds like, then I wouldn't have been surprised in the slightest.
Yep. There's a question from Kit Unapik. Would you be interested in learning how to sing the Russian boatman song correctly? I think you mean this one. Okniem, okniem, еще разик, еще раз, окнем, окнем, еще разик, еще раз. Разовьем и берутся, разовьем и кудраву. Ай-да-да, ай-да, ай-да-да, ай-да, разовьем и кудраву. Еюкнем, Еюкнем, еще разик, еще раз. Экти Волга матрика, широка и глубоко. Ай-да-да, ай-да, ай-да-да, ай-да. Volga, Volga, Matrika. I'm sorry, what was the question again? I think I got a little lost.
I think somebody has been hanging out with the Russian room party at your occurrence.
Do you guys remember my colleague Natalia that I mentioned 2 wine streams ago?
Natalia. Wait, Natalia was in those Russian room parties as well?
I can neither confirm nor deny. Oh, Mr. Morningstar says, how much longer do you plan on streaming? 2 bottles longer.
2 bottles longer. I have myself a second bottle just in case, which, well, to be honest, by the time you switch to the drawing stream, I'll probably have to replenish myself.
Oh, drawing. Tien, I'll tell you,
Yes?
all right. When this glass is done, we will switch to the drawing stream and then you can replenish. How's that sound?
You said that 3 glasses ago.
But this glass is new.
Hurry up and continue with that glass. We'll let that one slide. Oh, my fantasy thinks has escaped once again. Why this?
Yep.
It ran over this way.
And Weissenwolf says, and around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel, creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding the flour, the good corn from the field. In days gone by, when the world was much younger, men harnessed the wind to work for mankind. Seamen built tall ships to sail on the ocean, while landsmen built wheels their corn for to grind. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel, creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. Now, here's a question. Katie, you still out there? My little bitty baby niece, Katie. If she's
The
still
adorable
there
one
and
that
still
wonders
listening,
what the hell her uncle is up to.
I'm curious. Katie. I'm curious if in the depths of your memory you remember that tune, because I used to sing it to you when you were a baby to put you to sleep. And I want to know if somewhere in the gray matter you remember it. It's been, shall we say, a couple of years. Oh, she says, I do. I love you, darling. Mm. Ah. Huh.
I will say that it is quite an interesting phenomenon to look at your little circular avatar right now on Skype, because again I can't actually see you, but then I look at the live stream which I've got in front of me now. I've just actually moved my little lap yoga, and there you are reacting 2 minutes later to, or not 2 minutes, but 2 seconds later to whatever you are doing. So if you're taking a sip of your drink and exclaiming just how delicious it is, I can see it 2 seconds later on the live stream, and it's uncanny. That's all I want to say about that.
Well, I have an idea. When this glass
What's
is
that?
empty, I'm going to have to go and, shall we say, refresh.
Yes,
When I do
as
that, I'm
will
going to
I.
ask you, Chen, to carry things, and then when I come back, we shall do the drawing. But let's finish this first. Let's keep going.
All right, that sounds fair.
Mm. Katie says, if you asked me to recite it before I started reading to my kids, I wouldn't be able to remember anything, but after hearing it once, I have it memorized again. Let's go through it again, shall we? Uh, In Flanders and Spain, and the lowlands of Holland, and the kingdoms of England, and Scotland and Wales, windmills sprang up all along the wild coastline, ships of the land with their high canvas sails. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. In Lancashire lads worked hard at the good earth, bowing and sowing as the seasons declare, waiting to reap all the rich golden harvest, or the miller is idle, his mill to repair. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. Windmills of wood, all blackened by weather, windmills of stone, glaring white in the sun, windmills like giants, so ready for tilting, windmills that died in the gales and are gone. And around and around and around went the big sail, turning the shaft and the great wooden wheel. Creaking and groaning, the millstone kept turning, grinding to flour the good corn from the field. By this point, she usually was asleep, which was great because she had been bugging the shit out of me with her screaming up until now. And now she's asleep, so keep it quiet.
I thought at that point it would have been play ball, and then you just toss her over your shoulder, behind the couch.
Yep. You're getting weird here. Yeah. Okay. I gotta go pee. Jen, you. Ah!
What's happening?
Mm. Take care of these people. I'll be back.
I just saw what happened on my end, and please turn the microphone off when you're using the little room. I don't know why I have to remind him, but at his age, I ain't taking no chance. Now I have my eyes. I can't believe I have used my eyes, but I shall have my eyes to see what is happening in the chat right now. And because I do not have my usual setup here for a stream, I have to rely on a tiny little chat box. Please forgive me if I miss anything that might be said. And I know that I've been rocking back and forth here because, well, I'm not sitting on my usual seat. I'm actually sitting on a bar stool right now. Somewhat fitting for the occasion. But I'm sitting on a bar stool, and this bar stool is very mobile. I can spin around in it one that way. There's the spinny spins. And I can enjoy it through the spinny spins. Yes, I'm a simple dragon. That's all I do. I do a 360 rotation of myself. Alright, let's see what's more simple. It was a pleasant well since 2019 feels like such an eternity from now, as I'm sure many of you would. But regardless, I hope that 2021 will be the same as this year, where unfortunately we are kind of stuck in this time-anom complex conundrum and return to normal socializing in 2021. Particularly at your friend, what you don't mind.
Hey, Tien,
Yes?
we're having sound problems again. It's very difficult to hear you. I'll tell you what. I'm going to go to the drawing cam. Maybe you might want to disconnect and then reconnect, and hopefully that'll fix the sound problems.
Alright, I'll call you back in a moment.
I'll take that as a yes. We're going to the drawing cam now. I'm going to turn this light on. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, going to the drawing cam.
I'm disconnecting now.
Go on. Okay, so here we're at the drawing cam, and I hope you can hear me because we haven't tested this part of it. Okay, now this is the part where we draw pictures. Oh yes, that is a coaster that the Bayern Furs gave to me. That's the Furs of Bavaria, so I'm very grateful to them for that. All right, we're going to draw pictures now. One might call it drawing. This is a very loose definition of the word drawing. Basically, I'm going to be. All right, I'm just going to be doing bullshit. That's all it is. People say draw stuff, and I draw whatever the hell I want. I don't care. So here it goes. Okay, these are from my amazing Patreon patrons. Let me get this up so I can see what I'm drawing. There we go. Okay. Oops, sorry. Let me move this crap over here. Okay, all right. First, we have Furry Trainer. Furry Trainer is a darling lady, long-time supporter of this wine stream. Furry Trainer. She says, Uncle Kage and Furry Trainer sitting in front of the fireplace, enjoying a glass of wine and celebrating the Christmas season together. Okay, that's easy. We can do that. First, we need a fireplace. Fireplace is a big square thing, and we've hung a bunch of stockings because it's Christmas, right? And it's a fireplace, so we have to have stockings. These are stockings apparently, and there's fire. Fire, good. Yeah, it's burning. Okay, so on this side we have Furry Trainer. She is an Alsatian. They have these boxy muzzles, and they have floof on either side of their heads, and they have these kind of ears that are kind of shaped like that. Yeah. She's a little confused. She's got a lovely glass of wine, right? Okay. Okay, so that's Furry Trainer on her side. Meanwhile, over here, we have Uncle Kage. Uncle Kage is on the ground. So here we got Uncle Kage. He's got his potato-shaped head, but we're seeing this kind of from the side. Yep, and there's his ear. And he's like, dude. But he's got his best suit on. And he's holding his glass of wine up here because he started long before she did. So Uncle Kage, and this is Uncle Kage, and that's Furry Trainer over there, enjoying a glass of wine, celebrating the Christmas season in front of the fireplace. But Uncle Kage started long before Furry Trainer did. So this is Uncle Kage. So thank you very much, Furry Trainer. I'm gonna jump back in here and make sure that we're still okay. People are still seeing shit. So good. I had I make absolutely no claims here. All right, there's Furry Trainer. Thank you very much, Furry Trainer. Okay. We're going to do Silver's last. Silver, we're going to do yours last. Tao, please draw a fruit cake and the perfect wine to pair it with. Okay. So by fruit cake, this is for Tao. Okay, fruitcake. First off, we have this thing. It looks like a brick, but that's fruitcake. The Germans call this Stollen. There's a story behind this. We're going to put this on a scale because Stollen weighs motherfucking 45 kilograms. Okay, so there's the fruitcake and the perfect wine. The perfect wine. We need to have Uncle Kage for this. There's his potato-shaped head and his astroturf hair and his ears and his Uncle Kage smile. But he's wearing his very, very best suit, as Uncle Kage does, right? Now, why is this the perfect wine? Because this wine is in Uncle Kage's hand, and Uncle Kage's favorite wine is the one in his hand at any given time. So that makes this the perfect wine for the occasion. Thank you very much, Tao. There's your fruit cake. Next, we have Sicilian, or Sicilian, I'm not sure which. Uncle Kage is on a stage with a cat called Riz and Sicilian, who's a wolf, tapping a wine barrel full of Riesling for the opening of Eurofurence 30 in München, which is now being held instead of Oktoberfest. We can do that. Okay. So we have a cat. Cats have testicle faces like that. That's what cats do, right? So he's a cat, and cats are always very happy. And they have whiskers and noses, right? So that's a cat, and that's Riz. Okay, right? And then we have Sicilian, who's a wolf. Now remember, wolves are very much like Alsatians in that they have very boxy muzzles and ears that are shaped like that. And wolves are very, very powerful, boxy creatures, right? And this is Sicilian, right? And we have Uncle Kage. Once again, Uncle Kage. Easy to draw Uncle Kage. Make his potato-shaped head and make his astroturf hair and his crazy drinking eyes. Oh, whoa, what's this? And his very, very nice suit, because Uncle Kage is always very, very well dressed. Yeah. There you go. Tapping a barrel. We have a barrel. Okay. So here we have a barrel full of Riesling! Exclamation point. For Oktoberfest, and this is October, and there's a calendar, and we're in München, etc., etc., and I'm tired of drawing, so this is Uncle Kage. Sicilian, vielen Dank. Ich liebe dich. Dankeschön. Okay. Nikolai, a Bob Ross Christmas tree. A Bob Ross Christmas tree. Holy mackerel. Wow. Okay, let me get some drawing reference here. Okay, we can do this. We'll make this work. Okay, got it. All right, Bob Ross. We're going to draw Bob Ross. To draw Bob Ross, all you have to do is draw a hippie. There's Bob Ross, and Bob Ross has a nose. Yep. And Bob Ross is always very happy, and he's got his hippie beard and his hippie hair, because that's what hippies do, right? And sorry, I got a little distracted. What is Bob Ross supposed to be doing? I lost my list here. Okay, here we go. Oh, Christmas tree. So he's drawing a happy little tree. So we have the Christmas tree, which is a happy little tree. And meanwhile, over here, you see, you guys don't know what this is. This is the ghost of Bill Alexander saying, "Happy little tree, my ass." You need to know the story. But anyway, thank you very much. That's for Nikolai. Thank you very much, Nikolai. This is Uncle Kage. I will not remember this in the morning, so I'm going to write this down so I know what I'm talking about. Okay, Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn the tiger. Okay, he wants me to draw... I need drawing reference. Here it comes. Got it. All right. Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn wants me to draw, as we come back here, Silent Dawn inside a Christmas tree doing the standard cat thing. We can do that. Oh my God, can we do that? Yes, we are ready for you, Silent Dawn. We can do it. So we have the Christmas tree with the pointiness that Christmas trees have, right? Because Christmas trees do this kind of shit, right? But inside the Christmas tree, we have lurking a cat. And who is this cat? This is a cat who has now become Kringus, god of Christmas trees. So here we have, now Kringus has got stripes because there's a tiger in here. So yes, that's what cats do. They become Kringus, god of Christmas trees. Thank you, Silent Dawn. I'm sure that's not what you wanted, but I don't fucking care. Okay, let's keep moving on. What's next? What's next? Where is my list? No, that's the vulgar boatsman. We don't want that. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Silver Gatoman. Silver Gatoman. Let's get my camera back so I can see what the hell is going on. Silver Gatoman. There's Silver Gatoman. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, we need Pandes, Alkali, Boozy, Tianlong, and Zeke. Holy crap. Judging the reindeer games. Holy mackerel. Okay, well, we need Pandes. Wow. Okay, here's Pandes, because pandas have these giant black eyes and these tiny little ears, and they're shaped like pandas. But they are Canadian, so we got the Canadian. Okay, that's it. That's how we know that's Pandas. Okay, Alkali. Alkali is a ferret. So they have these little ferret things here with a top hat, but ferrets are very, very skinny, like that there, right? We have Boozy, who is a badger. Badgers look very, very much like pandas. But they're always saying law. Okay, that's. But they have noses and shit like that. Okay. And Tianlong. Okay, so we got these amazingly, really, really wild horns that Tian's got. I just find totally useful. And Tianlong is very, very grumpy, and he's got this dragon muzzle. Grrr. Yeah. And he's very noodly, and he's got noodles over here. This Tianlong. Zeke Hyena. Hyenas look very much like wolves, but they've got lots of teeth. They got floof, and they got ears. And there's Zeke. Judging the reindeer games, which are off camera over here. You can't see them because I don't have enough paper, so thank you so very, very much, Silver Godamon. Thank you for that. Okay. Now, we have Onyx Flame, all the way from Wales. We'll have to fix this. Okay. Myself and a guest of my choosing, beating up the gritty-shaped Riesling-filled piñata, which is dangling over a paddling pool. Let me say this again. Okay. Me, some other person, beating up the gritty-shaped Riesling-filled piñata dangling over a paddling pool. I can do that. Okay, we have a paddling pool. This is the paddling pool. And we have the gritty shaped Riesling filled pinata dangling over it. And we have myself with it's Uncle Kage. Okay. And a guest of my choice, another Uncle Kage. That's the guest of my. You said guest of my choice. So okay, yeah, all right. So we whatever the fuck this is. Okay, thank you so much. Unexplained, thank you. Okay, now, here's the good one. Silver the Viking. Silver says, and okay, this is very, very important for the time of year. Silver says, don now thy gay apparel. So, like the song, don now thy gay apparel. So we need Uncle Kage donning his gay apparel. Okay, we need Uncle Kage. We're going to draw that kind of potato-shaped head, but we're not going to draw the top of it just yet. You'll see why. So we have Uncle Kage's potato-shaped head from here down, right? And he's not wearing his best suit because he's wearing his gay apparel. He's got this kind of like leather daddy kind of thing here that's all attached and everything, and he's got his hat, because this is a different hat than Uncle Kage is usually wearing. It kind of comes to a brim up here, and it's got like this brocade up here like this, and it kind of comes up to a peak like that, and let's just say it's got like a paw print in it there. And of course he's got to have his big aviator sunglasses, and he's got the come hither grin. Don't forget his ears. Uncle Kage's got to have his ears, right? Okay. Wait. He's got to have his 1970s porn stash here as well. We're not going to draw what's down here. Okay, so yeah, okay, here we go. Here we have Uncle Kage in his gay apparel. That's just for Silver the Viking, and this is never going to show up again on this Winestream. We're going to put this over here. Thank you very much, all of our amazing Patreon patrons. We are very, very grateful to all of you for coming up with that kind of shit, whatever. Okay, okay, we're going to get back to Tianlong, but I've got to call him back, and I'm going to call him back. There we go. Okay, give us a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to get Tianlong back. Oh, wait, I need my, I could, hang on. Tian, answer the fucking phone. Tian, if you can hear me, please answer the phone. Well, while we're waiting for Tian, I've got this amazing Dr. Lawson, which I'm just going to open this shit up right now. Yes. Whoa! God damn it! It's not supposed to do that. Let's see what the hell happens here. Okay. Good. Oh, Tian, is that you? Are you back? I don't know. Hang on. Let me let's go back here. Tian. Oh yes, yeah. There you are. Okay.
You're able to hear me, and I don't sound like some sort of long-distance space trooper like somebody had mentioned.
Okay. Channel. Does it sound okay? I can't tell because. So how does he sound?
Well, if you can hear me, then they should be able to hear me.
So, Tian, were you watching? Did you see me draw the picture of Leather Daddy Uncle Kage?
Yes, and did you see the comment that I had posted in response to that?
Actually, no, I couldn't see the.
Hmm?
Why not? Let's wait until the. Let's wait until the border opens again, and maybe we can.
We'll
Maybe
talk.
we can talk.
We'll talk. How about we leave it at that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be back now. Welcome once again to the second half of Uncle Kage's Winestream with our amazing, very, very special guest, beloved by all, the celestial dragon Tianlong.
Only one part of what you just said is not true, and I think it is most likely the beloved part.
You are beloved, Tian. You've got quite a fan following. Are you not aware?
Oh, shut it. I just blackmailed them because they do piss me off quite a bit, and they like it when I'm pissed off because, well, apparently that's what turns them on, you sick children, you.
Oh, when they're pissed off, yes, there is definitely a drop down on Fur Affinity for that one.
Yes, pissed off. Search up pissed off on Fur Affinity. You'll see pictures of me. That's what you'll find.
You only have to search the first 4 letters, you'll find it.
Oh, no, if you search piss, you'll get a lot more than you bargained for. We'll leave it at that. So, now that we are finished with the art portion,
You call that art?
Okay, we finished off the attempted art portion, and I have managed to at least, I hope, fix the connection issues on my end. So let's hope that we don't have any more Space Invaders sounding effects from my end.
Undertaker has something. I suspect that this is directed toward you, Tian. May I read it?
Well, of course you may.
Undertaker says, "I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver." I interpret that as, "I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver." I think that Undertaker is calling you a kitty.
I think Undertaker should most likely seek shelter at this very moment in time because I might just be willing to make a call up to said weatherlongs we talked about earlier this stream and get them to, shall we say, shake things up where you are.
Can happen. You know, the Atlantic hurricane season is officially over, but we have seen some shit, right?
Oh, 2020 ain't over yet. Let's just leave it at that.
Why can I not get this lid back on?
That's a good question. The question that I would ask is, why would you want it back on? Why not just finish it?
Good point. We're going to put this in the chiller here. All right. I thank you. I had not really thought about that.
I always look out for my fellow drunks.
Thank you. Gambe.
Grande. My straw seems to not want to pay attention. Come here. Come. No. Get. Stop. Stop running away. Yeah. Yeah.
Tien, we see your tail.
Oh, was I showing my my
Yes.
I-
And people were extremely happy.
I'm very concerned for their measure of happiness, but let me just wipe this off over here. Hopefully they wipe
Their
themselves
happiness.
off.
Let me make sure I get this straight. Their happiness.
Yes.
Their happiness. Their happiness. Their happiness. Their hap.
You're not helping the point.
Oh, sorry. Just John Russo, Uncle Kage, what is your favorite wine? The one in my hand at any given moment. Thank you very much.
Oh, by the way, I did actually check. I did check up on Xiaolong Bao when you were doing the art stream, just because it was ringing in the back of my mind whether or not he was doing a good job or not. And well, unfortunately, I did find Xiaolong Bao napping, as I had feared, in the nest that I had charged him to dutifully protect. He had already been demoted from protecting the wine cellar to protecting the nest, where you literally just have to sit there. You don't have to do any guarding or monitoring of the inventory and whatnot, but Xiaolong Bao was fast asleep when I had found them. So, unfortunately, Xiaolong Bao, you must go on the steamer. I apologize for such cruel punishment, but a Bao's life is difficult enough, and you have yet again disappointed. So, into the steamer you go.
So, Tien, would you care for folks who might be new to the stream and not familiar with the character? Would you care to tell them the English translation of Xiaolong Bao?
So, Xiaolong Bao quite literally translates to small dragon butt. So, as you can see, Xiaolong Bao is a small dragon butt. That's quite literally all it means, and that's all that he is.
By the way, Onyx Flame has asked several times, where's Pickled Dragon gone? I shall explain. When I put Cthulhu up here, Pickled Dragon was sitting right here next to him, but then fell. So Pickled Dragon is behind the sofa, but even if he was sitting here, you wouldn't be able to see him because this is his spot. So there you go.
I'm trying to center myself. I don't know if you notice me shifting ever so slightly to the center of my frame, but I'm trying to make sure that I am centered and well, looking as equal as I can on both sides. I've been rather conscious about what my sides look like this year, seeing as I've not able to exercise myself too much. So how do I look right now on your side of things?
You look ungodly sexy.
Oh,
Did I say that out loud? I think I said that out loud, didn't I?
I thought we had agreed to keep that for once we turn the stream off.
I'm sorry, I've had a little bit of wine, and that's my excuse.
Well, I would say some things when the stream is off, but I'll wait until the stream is off to say them.
Some people are asking, where's Lil Ronnie? He's back with Pickle behind the thing there, by the way.
Yes, that is a good. Where has Ronnie gone? You said behind the couch?
Sorry, behind the couch. He's behind the couch.
Are you sure he's not behind the couch?
No, he's behind the couch.
There is no cow with the ch. There's only a couch.
This is a couch. I am sitting on a couch, and Pickle and Ronnie are behind the couch.
I will give you die until you are dead.
Promise?
We'll talk.
There is a small lag of approximately 2 seconds between my pronunciations and when they arrive in Canada. You see, the problem is when I make noises with my face, the electrons have to go up north, but the electrons have to cross the border, and the electrons have to talk to the electron border patrol, and
Mhm.
they've got to explain why they're going up north.
And not only that, but they have to convert the imperial measurement of the electrons to the metric one so that it makes sense.
uh, here's where this is going. Tien, would we be able to sing "Oh Canada" together?
Is Canada going to come down on us with a copyright claim?
They're too polite.
They'll probably be like, oh, you're sorry, buddy, you're stealing our song, buddy, please give us some Canadian dollars, aka some pennies in the US, sorry, buddy guy,
Can you sing it in French?
Uh, Unfortunately, my French is a little rusty for the Canadian national anthem, but
I
if
can
you,
sing it in French. Shall I?
oh, well, if you'd be so obliged.
Oh Canada, terre de nos aïeux, truped with love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise true, nor strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. There you go, that's in French.
The funny thing is that what you said is pretty much what they sing over there, considering the fact that, well, for one, they do not want to be a part of Canada, but at the same time, France doesn't want to adopt them either. So they're kind of stuck in this rut of, well, we don't want to be Canadian, but we're forced to sing it in the Canadian fashion. And well, sucks to be them. That's all I have to say about that.
Here's a question from Undertaker. This is interesting. Tien, do you know the Canadian folk song The Log Driver's Waltz?
I actually don't think I do. Do you know of that song?
I've never heard it before.
Neither have I. That's a new one for me. And again, I shall say that I have not been a resident of this land for that long. I've only migrated here for, the past 6 or 7 years or so.
Yeah.
But I'm always interested in learning new things about it.
Trey E621, how do you say seal in French? Fuck. That's the
Yes,
answer to your question.
I've been to Montreal once, and I've heard that spoken a number of times, so I shall verify that that is indeed correct.
Sense on the Cat Fox says, does the Derg taste like mustard? No, he does not. He's very, very salty, actually.
Anyhow.
Hey, moving right along, shall we go? Where's my flags? I don't know where my Canadian flag is.
Don't tell me you've lost it in the whole, truffle shuffle of flags that you have.
I don't know where it is.
Don't take it for the Singaporean flag now. I've seen you do that far too often.
Okay, well, all we need is a red. Okay, here we go. Canadian flag. There. It's Oh Canada, my home and native.
I can't see which flag it is until it pops up 10 seconds later. Is that Finland? No, that's not.
No!
Is that Sweden?
No.
I can't tell what flag it is. I'm seeing colors on the screen, but I can't make it up.
England.
Is that England? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you would have had a picture of like Queen Elizabeth on the flag or something
Okay,
like that.
here, how's this one? This one's got a dirg on it.
Oh, yes, the one with the dirg on it. Isn't that Canada?
Yes, this is the Canadian dragon flag. That's what
Yes,
it
that is
is.
the Canadian dragon. Canada
Yes.
has dragons. Everybody knows that Canada is the native country of all dragons.
I honestly don't know what the hell happened to my Canadian flag.
Perhaps it was, I guess the British came and, the British came and they reclaimed Canada for themselves from the U.S. clutches or the clutches of the U.S. And with it, they took all the Canadian flags back with them as a symbol of just how much Queen Elizabeth owns all of Canada. I still love that simple fact that if you look at all the countries that are a part of the Commonwealth with Queen Elizabeth on their currency, the farther away you get from England, the more she scowls.
Oh God,
That's
yes.
a simple fact. By the time you get to Australia, she's basically satanic.
Do I have the Aussie flag? I got too many flags. Holy crap! I think I got the Oh wait. Here you go. Right.
Or the one with the kangaroo on it.
Oh wait. This might be New Zealand. Somebody help me out. Is this Australia or New Zealand?
I don't see a kangaroo on it. I cannot help you there. That's the thing, is that I've always been confused about this whole flag system and how, I understand that, England dominated half of the world and France dominated the other half and everything in between just borrowed colors and symbols off of them. But really, if you have things like national animals or national flowers or things that you can easily associate with your country, why not put that on the flag? If you put a kangaroo on your flag as an Australian, everybody would know what Australia was.
Yeah, like the Welsh with the dragons.
Yes, exactly, like the Welsh with the dragons. And Canadian flags should have like a beaver or a moose on them. And the American flag should have like the eagle on it, or like an M4 or something like that.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
All I'm seeing on my end right now is you trying to perform some sort of ribbon dance with the Australian flag right now. It's highly amusing on my
end. Can I take the next 4 minutes and sing a song that will get me several copyright strikes?
All right, you may. It's your stream after all.
Give me 4 minutes. It's not the Australian national anthem, but it's a song that I know.
I'm counting.
Now, when I was a young man, I carried a bag, and I lived the free life of a rover. From Murray's green basin to the dusty outback, I waltzed my Matilda all over. Then in 1916, the country said, son, it's time to stop rambling, there's work to be done. And they gave me a tin hat, and they gave me a gun. And they sent me away to the war. And the band played Waltzin' Matilda. as our ship pulled away from the quay, amidst all the cheers, the flag waving and tears. We sailed off for Gallipoli. And will I remember that terrible day when our blood stained the sand and the water, and how in that hell that they called Suvla Bay we were butchered like lambs at the slaughter. Johnny Turkey was ready and he'd armed himself well. He chased us with bullets and he rained us with shells, and in 5 minutes flat he'd blown us all to hell. Nearly blew us back home to Australia. And the band played Waltzin' Matilda as we stopped to bury our slain. We buried ours, and the Turks buried theirs, and we started all over again. Now those who were living just tried to survive in that mad world of blood, death, and fire. And for 10 weary weeks I kept myself alive, as all around me the corpses piled higher. Then a big Turkish shell knocked me off overhead, and when I awoke in me hospital bed, and I saw what it had done, and I wished I were dead. Never knew there was worse things than dying. For no more I'll go waltzing Matilda all around the green bush far and near. For the hump tent and pegs, man needs both legs. No more waltzing Matilda for me. They collected the cripples, all the wounded and maimed, and they shipped us back home to Australia. All the legless, the armless, the blind, the insane, all those sad wounded heroes of Suvla. And as our ship pulled in the circular quay, I looked at the place where me legs used to be, and thanks Christ there was no one there waiting for me to grieve and to mourn and to pity. And the band played Waltzin' Matilda as they carried us down the gangway. Nobody cheered. They just stood there and stared, and they turned all their faces away. Now every April I sit on my porch, and I watch the parade pass before me. And I watch my old comrades, how proudly they march, renewing old dreams of past glory. And the old men march slowly, all bent, stiff, and sore, the weary old heroes of a forgotten war. And the young people ask, what are they marching for? And I ask myself the same question. And the band plays Waltzin' Matilda, and the old men still answer the call. But year by year, the numbers grow fewer. Someday no one will march there at all. Waltzin' Matilda, Waltzin' Matilda, who'll go a waltzin' Matilda with me? and their ghosts can be heard as they march by the billabong. Who'll go a waltzing Matilda with me? Let's
Well
let's
done,
get
old
something
chap.
more cheery, shall we? That kind of got dark
Yeah,
real quick.
it's, well, that was the moment of the evening that we have once every stream, but well done, old chap.
Thank you. Let's not get into useless World War One songs because I got a bunch of those.
Well, someone, I believe it was Undertaker earlier, that asked me, I was able to catch this question, but can Tian Long do the waltz?
Can you
Undertaker,
waltz?
celestial dragons have not had any need to do a waltz for many millennia, considering that, well, the waltz is a very human kind of dance, and celestials do celestial types of dances. For reference, see Anthrocon 2015 Masquerade with my name on it. But that being said, a waltz is one of the most proper types of performance arts that I would not be offended to perform, I shall say. And all I would need is a suitable partner to join me. And, well, for me, I cannot do a waltz while I am just, well, simply au naturel, as you can see me. I would need to be dressed to the appropriate waltz attire before I even consider doing such things. I'm sure that Uncle Kage would feel the same. After all, Uncle Kage actually happens, contrary to what he says, he happens to be quite a natural dancer himself.
Years ago, I was a folk dancer, but that was a long time ago.
I've seen you dance on the dance floors of recent days. Don't fool yourself, you've still got it.
I'm going to change the subject. Onyx Flame says, "What would you and Tien say is the most known sailor song?" I can answer that question. It's okay. A ballad. Ballads are songs that tell stories. This is a song about a sailor from Greece who has lost all of his money gambling. And he's desperate for his shipmates to rejoin the game so he can get his money back. But his shipmates don't want to. So this poor sailor is stuck and he is left pleading with his shipmates, "Please, let's have another game so I can get my money back." And
Are
it
you
goes like,
sure you're talking about a ballad or a furry convention?
no, it's a ballad. It goes like this. Bend over, Greek sailor, bend over to me. I need satisfaction, so get down on your knees. Bend over, Greek sailor, bend over to me. For I get so lonely when I go to sea. Well, that's the story behind the song. So now you know what they're singing about.
Well, I can somewhat relate to the lyrics that you had just sung. After all, it does get quite lonely, and this year in particular, if only I had those to go on their knees so I could, well, win my money back from
Keep
them.
talking. I'm getting very aroused by what you're saying.
As long as the camera's pointed above your trousers.
It is.
Good. Ah, I was going to say, you actually mentioned of a ballad, but Onyx Flame's question was about a sailor song, was it not?
I believe it was.
Would that not be then considered a shanty?
Not necessarily. A shanty is a working song. It's a song designed to keep the rhythm for a working crew. It's not necessarily a sailor's song.
I was always under the impression that a shanty was, well, as you said, it was a working person song, but in particular a sea shanty. That's something of its own genre, is it not?
The sea shanties, again, these were songs that were sung by the shantyman on an old tall ship because there were certain tasks that required coordinated movement. And the songs of the shantymen would allow the men with that rhythm to keep the rhythm going. Like uh, an old capstan song, the capstan pulling up the anchor, rolling down to old Maui. They've always got a very, very strong beat.
Yes, of course.
It's a damn tough life full of toil and strife we whalermen undergo. And we don't give a damn when the gale is done how hard the winds did blow. 'Cause we're homeward bound, 'tis a damn fine sound with a good ship taut and free. See the rhythm? And we won't give a damn when we drink our rum with the girls of old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. And I've lost my listening thing here. There you go.
I'm just more mesmerized by the fact that you and I are somehow in our current states able to be synchronous in our uh, our recreation of what life was like on those working tall boats.
Justin Hunley says the thing was knocked out of your chair of the right side of you. Oh,
Uh, uh,
no, he's referring to Santa Cthulhu.
oh, yes, yes, Santa Thulu, yes. Saint Thulu. Saint Cthulhu is indeed still among us somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but Saint Cthulhu is still here. His presence has graced us.
Okay, we're going to replace Santa Cthulhu because he's down there with my Russian hat. There we go.
Okay, well, I don't know if Saint Cthulhu has now become part of the Soviet Union, but you could always get Ronnie because Ronnie is a reliable source of Christmas cheer.
But Ronnie is very flat and he's on the floor. I would have to do a lot of
But
reaching to get him.
Ronnie has a 24 pack. Don't you want to feel Ronnie's 24 pack? I can see the cogs turning in your head right now, all of them saying the same thing. You want to touch Ronnie's 24
Maybe with another bottle.
pack. All right.
Ah.
And speaking of bottles, I seem to be running quite dry on my first bottle so far. I'm going to have to ration this because I don't want to get ahead of myself since we've got, well, the rest of the evening to go, however long the evening is.
Do you have another bottle?
I've got a spare with me, but, well, let's just say that a dragon as venerable and well known to be a drunk as myself, I've been a little bit, I guess, disciplined for 2020, and I didn't consume as much as people would have expected me to. The horror of Qianlong not being as imbibed as many would expect me to be, I'd rather not jump into it as quickly as people would expect me to, if you catch my drift.
No, I don't. Cut the shit. Open the other bottle.
All right, well, let me finish this one. I've got to deal with this first, and I'll get the second.
Very good. Anthony Aberson, it's going well. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Ah. Bison Wolf really wants the story of EF9, but that's a long, long story.
I'm sure that you can find EF9, aka the disaster, aka technology, somewhere up there in the wilds of the internet. It probably exists as a recording, but still you'll get the full story.
We were singing World War I songs recently. I saw someone mention the green fields of France. That one may yet come out, but I'm going to need a little more alcohol because that's a very emotional one. So to finish it, I need more of this shit.
That one I feel would be a finisher to this stream. If anything, that is.
Yes. Okay,
yes.
it would be a finisher, a somewhat downer, but it will be a finisher.
Yes.
Bison Wolf says, Die Wacht am Rhein. You know what that one is?
Yes, I do.
Versteht und treu die Wacht am Rhein. Lieb Vaterland, mag's ruhig sein. Lieb Vaterland, mag's ruhig sein. Versteht und treu die Wacht am Rhein. Versteht und treu die Wacht am Rhein. At this point, a very, very well-dressed Czechoslovakian goes up to the band and says, play the Marseillaise. Play it. And they all look at the boss, and the boss says, and they sing, Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé, entendez-nous dans les campagnes, mugir ces féroces ces soldats, il vient jusque dans nos bras, égorger nos fils et nos compagnons, aux hommes citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'un sang un peu abreuve nos sillons. Vive la France! Bison Wolf gets it, yes, Casablanca. Aldea Carufus, I still haven't seen Casablanca. Aldea, go watch it. It's amazing.
Of all the gin joints, of all the whatever is in the world.
All the gin joints or whatever in the world, she has to come to mind. Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate. Yes. Oh, Layla Cookie's going to bed. Good night, Layla Cookie. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Good night. Thank you for joining us.
Yep.
I'm trying to read as well. I don't want to be straining your eyes as much, but I find that it is quite difficult for me to read, because if I start leaning in and reading this tiny screen I've gone over here, I may accidentally show a case of the dragon tail, and that would not be very kind of me to show the dragon tail to the stream after it may have already been exposed once before.
Well, you have a certain handicap. You're Asian, and your eyes are. Well, never mind.
Yes, my eyes are what? I didn't catch the rest of that.
Onyx Flame wants to know what you had for dinner.
Dinner? You're looking at it right here, Onyx Flame.
Same here, my darling. This is dinner tonight.
Rice. I'll have you know that I have had nothing but 100% pure Japanese distilled rice. That is what my dinner is.
Kisneth Kitsoda is asking a question of me as a performer. How do you get into the mind of performing, like putting aside everything to perform and such? Kisneth, the way you phrased your question makes it okay. Your question suggests that there is some thought process, some malice aforethought. You just, oh, I am going to perform. I'm going to do this thing. As a performer, when I see an opportunity, and by opportunity I mean a need, and this is a very, very important distinction. When there is a point where somebody needs a character to perform, I fall into that character. Tianlong does the same thing. He is an exquisite performer, and I believe I can speak for him. Both of us, we are simply character actors. When the opportunity comes along and there is a need for somebody to fill that role, we fill that role. It's what we do. That's the best answer I can give you. Tien, can you expound on this?
Put very simply, from my perspective, my humble, several millennia year old perspective from an old dragon that just frankly has far too much to say and too few youngsters to listen. All I will simply say to add to that point is you either have to become the character in full or you don't become the character at all. If you try to force yourself, if you have to tell yourself, okay, I am going to do this. I am this guy. Yes, this is me. I am him or her or they or whoever it is. And you have to constantly tell yourself that you are not going to get it. That is simply put, that is it. It is game over, as the kids would say. You either have to completely embody this character, you have to believe, you have to, again, as the age-old term goes, you have to bring the character to life through yourself. Either you do that or there simply is no character at all. And I hate to say it, but there aren't many in this day and age who have that sort of approach when it comes to being a character. They think a character comes simply with, well, putting on a costume. They think a character comes with simply changing your name. But there is much, much more than that when it comes to a character being brought to life. You either have the entire package or you don't have anything at all. And that is my firm belief for anything that you want to perform. Not just an aged old dragon that talks too much and drinks far too much more, but any character that you wish to be.
I hope that answered the question. It was a very, very simple question, and we have returned a very, very complex answer. But I'm going to summarize. We are performers. I'm a clown. Tianlong is an incredible performer. We are actors who create a persona and we fill that role. A good one withholds that persona and that role until the opportunity presents itself to fill it. And we do. That sounded extremely deep, but I don't think it was. I think that was more me just vomiting out words.
It's something that those who feel the way that we do will understand. And here's what I will say, which I hope for all of you out there that are listening, I hope this does not come off as arrogant or elitist or anything that might seem to, put us on a pedestal. But simply put, if you are performing a character or any personality or anything that is not who you regularly are, and you're not able to believe that you are this other character or this other being or this other personality, if you're not willing to put your entire mentality, your entire physicality even into doing this, then I am sad to say that you will not achieve the character you are looking for. You really have to dedicate your entire being to transforming yourself, transcending yourself, even. And this is something that does not come easy. This is something that takes years and years of practice. Uncle Kage can tell you, Alkali Bismuth can tell you, I can tell you that none of us developed our personalities overnight. None of us got, so to say, this good over the course of one night. This is something that we have been working at for many, many years, and it does not come easy. But for those who truly have what it takes in order to pull off a character, it takes time, but I do promise you
Yep.
that once you put enough time in, this sort of performance will become a part of you. It will become inseparable from who you
Now, Keto Dragon Fox, who is not Keto Dragon Fox, but rather Keto Dragon Fox's wife, says, Keto's wife here, with all due respect, thank you, I cannot handle any more downer songs, in which case we shall sing no more. Can you perhaps sing something from the Animaniacs? I don't think I can, simply because the Animaniacs songs are so incredibly brilliant and I don't have them memorized. But perhaps, Keto, I could sing the Australian national anthem instead, which is not a downer because the Australians are very upbeat people. So this is just for Keto's wife, if I may, Mrs. Keto, if that's the appropriate term. We shall sing the Australian national anthem, which goes very much like this. Big bonny fish became suddenly rich, got a big fancy house in Melbourne, with buckets of loot and big black leather boots, acting so haughty and well-born. But we of Australia are children of convicts, some of us wear it quite proudly. So as he rides by and is carried so fine, I wave and I call to him loudly. Was your grandma a whore? Was your grandpa a thief? Were they forgers and grafters that fell to their grief? If you're born of Australia, I know who you be. You're the son of a scoundrel like me. There's several more verses, and if there's a desire, we'll continue.
But on the note of the Animaniacs, I
Yes?
will ask if you have seen any of the new Animaniacs seasons that have been put on, I believe, Hulu, is it not?
I have paid for Hulu, but I have not yet watched the new episodes. I'm waiting to blow my load. That's where I'm going with
You
this.
will blow your load in the second episode of the new Animaniacs season, which features Pinky and the Brain. And for those of you that don't know, Uncle Kage happens to be a fan of Pinky and the Brain, as you probably can tell by, well, I don't think they can see it, but by the Brain statue you've got on your mantle. But there is a dragon of a rather large and theatrical stature in the second episode of that new show.
Yes.
And so to say, he's captured my heart with his performance, his sheer dedication to character. And you know that whole spiel that we had just now about performing a character and really trying to put yourself, your entire being into a character? That dragon, if any of you are looking for any sort of inspiration into how far one must go into bringing a character or personality to life, I suggest that you subscribe to Hulu and watch the Animaniacs, the new season of it. Brand new, just came out, never before seen, exclusive OMG SMD, and watch the second episode because you will see just how dedicated even dragons can be to bring a character to life.
I want to point out that Rob Paulson, who is the voice of Pinky, was Anthracon's guest of honor in, I believe, 2007 or 2008, one of the two. Rob Paulson is an incredible voice actor, and something I learned from him, you know, when Pinky does all those little asides, like, I think so, Brian, but when are we going to get rubber pants in our size? All of those apparently are ad-libbed. All of those things when Pinky comes up with shit like that, that's Rob Paulson just coming up with it on the fly.
That is the mark of a genius, one that will never ever be replicated in this day or age. It is basically, the same thing as having, I don't want to, try and make this a comparison contest, but it's the same thing as having, a Mel White of this day and age, where you come up with not just a voice, but you come up with this ability to create on the spot. And that is something that, not just as an actor, but as a performer, really, really shows just how much you believe in this character. When you not just embody the character, but you take this character to new heights that no one has ever dreamt of before, whether it be through ad libbing, whether it be through introducing voices that have never been dreamt of by any person on this living planet. That is something that you can only celebrate once a generation.
Bison Wolf says, given that Tien is Canadian, and then begins the opening lines to Stan Rogers' Northwest Passage.
I will say that you've got the far better singing voice than I have. I shall let you do the honors if you'd be so kind.
That's not saying a lot. Here's our next copyright strike for tonight.
All right, keep them.
For just one time, I would take the Northwest Passage to find the hand of Franklin reaching for the Beaufort Sea, tracing one warm line through a land so wide and savage, and make a Northwest Passage to the sea. Do you all know, I know the man who killed Stan Rogers. I know him. Allow me to explain. When you get to be my age, you start saying shit like this a lot more often. My late friend. My late friend, Professor Philip Holton, University of Toronto. Phil Holton and I went back a number of years. In 1980, Phil was a graduate student at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire. And a bunch of his friends were going to go see Stan Rogers in concert. and they said to Phil, "Why don't you come with us?" And Phil, being a graduate student, said, "I cannot. I am a graduate student and I am studying and I am doing chemistry and shit like that." And his friend said, "Oh, come on, Phil. Stan Rogers is performing. You must come and see him." And Phil said, and I quote, "You guys go ahead. It's not like he's going to die before I get to see him." Stan Rogers died in an airplane fire on the runway of Chicago's O'Hare Airport several months later. So Phil killed Stan Rogers.
Well, Phil, here's hoping that you enjoyed saying those words and eating them that day.
Yeah. But then, like I said, when you're my age, when you start looking up old friends, when you look up Professor Philip Holton and find out he died last year. Welcome to old age, ladies and gentlemen. Phil Holton, by the way, Katie, if you're still out there, he's the man who taught me the Windmills song. He taught me how to sing Private William McBride. He taught me, actually, Phil taught me how to sing most of the Stan Rogers songs that I know. So what can I do now as an old man but sing those songs as I was taught and mention the name of the man who taught me how to sing them, and thus give him immortality? Yes, to you, Phil.
Almost as if, to kind of immortalize yourself in song and in memory is not to die. So it's almost as if those same men are still with us, is it not?
It is indeed. It has been said that there are three deaths. There are three deaths. The first is when the heart ceases to beat. That's your first death. The second is when the body is interred in the ground. The third death occurs somewhere down the line when your name is spoken for the last time. Which is why I am very, very happy to speak the name of Dr. Philip Holton, University of Toronto, because now he's not dead.
That was profoundly deep and depressing, was it not?
Okay, we need to brighten this up. Jen, how do we brighten this shit up?
You're looking at a dragon who makes his entire reputation on being a downer and complaining about everything. What is the chat saying right now? Are they saying things that are far more interesting than we are? Let's see.
While you're looking, I'll tell a story that is not mine. It's a story that does not belong to me, but it's a great story.
What story?
Years ago, okay, in the ancient days of furry fandom, we had Jeremy Kidd, also known as Wolf Kidd, a Canadian. Wolf he goes back to the earliest days of furry fandom. Wolf took we're talking like 30 years ago. Wolf took his granddad to a museum. I cannot recall. It was a Canadian museum. I don't recall if it was in Toronto or Ottawa. Forgive me. I don't recall which one it was. But he took his elderly, frail old grandpa to a museum in Canada because Wolf is Canadian. And grandpa's looking at all the stuff, and Wolf is looking at all the stuff. And Wolf was over here. And he turned around. And there was Grandpa. They had a display with a bunch of old World War I era aircraft. A Sopwith Camel was there. And Wolf's grandpa had painfully, with his arthritis, stepped over the barriers and was standing there with his hands on this ancient aircraft. And of course, the security ran over and said, "Sir, excuse me, sir, you can't, you must, please, sir, please step back." And Wolf's grandfather said, "This is my plane." And one of the museum people said, "You mean you flew one of these in the Great War?" And Wolf's granddad said, "No, I flew this one in the Great War." And the museum guard said, "Don't move. Stay right there." And they brought in a camera and a microphone and lights, and they interviewed Wolf's granddad. And he said, "Yes, this aircraft, I flew this aircraft over the Western Front in 1917. So that's a tiny, tiny bit of furry history going back 100 years.
I'm pretty sure that most youngsters these days, I mean, well, let's be honest. The internet is a thing that is not a nicety, but a necessity in this day and age. But I'm pretty sure that furries these days don't actually realize that those that started the internet, the very beings of making the furry fandom what it is today, those things were started by furries. The entire internet industry, is not just infiltrated, but it has been proliferated by the presence of furries who made this happen because of that need to actually bring us together. If quite simply put, if furries weren't a thing, neither would the internet. That is how prolific furry history is.
Even before the internet, let me share something that I saw. I had the incredible honor and privilege to visit the beaches of Normandy. By the way, if you're an American, hell, if you're a Brit, if you're Canadian, I don't care. If you have the opportunity to visit northern France and see where that shit happened, I recommend it. But I visited Normandy and I was touring around the sites, these actual pieces of earth where years before the thunder of war had echoed deafeningly. I saw German gun emplacements, and I saw one in particular The gun was gone long ago. The ordnance had been removed, but what was left behind was a pit where the gunner would stay. And surrounding that pit was a concrete disc, if you will. This concrete had been poured in the 1940s in preparation for the inevitable invasion of the Atlantic Wall. I saw this with my own eyes. I saw this ancient disc of concrete where years ago a German soldier, with nothing else to do because the invasion had not yet happened, had taken his finger and drawn in the wet concrete. In the concrete surrounding this ancient gun emplacement, we had a crude finger-drawn image of a horse with a gigantic penis. And I said, oh, a furry from World War II. We've been around.
Now we all know where Pepper got the inspiration for his Hallmark song. The hit
Absolutely.
single that topped the Billboard Top 100 chart. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we have E621. I'll leave it at that. Next question.
I just did my Christmas cards, as a matter of fact.
Oh, did you know?
One of the Christmas cards that I wrote was to a tiny little old lady who lives in France. Her name is Madame Canton, Huguette Canton. She's a very, very nice lady, and she is a lady of a certain age. Why am I sending a Christmas card to this tiny little old lady who lives in France? Because in 1942, she was a little girl. Her father was a farmer, and her father picked up a downed American gunner from a B-17, brought him into her house and put him in her bed to nurse him back to health. Madame Canton has been corresponding with Paul Gordon until Paul's death, but I have just written my Christmas card to Madame Canton because that is our connection to the past. Madame Canton is a little old lady, but she was a little girl. Through her eyes, she witnessed an American gunner from an American bomber land in her town.
Perhaps one thing that
Yes.
I don't know if you're perhaps in the mood to sort of elaborate on, but seeing as we may have some folk in here who are not as well versed in that sort of history as you are, who was Paul Gordon?
Another time I'll get it.
That's fair.
Paul
And
Revere Gordon was a staff sergeant with the U.S. Army Air Corps in World War II. He was a ball turret gunner in a B-17 his aircraft was shot down on the way to Lille in France to bomb the railhead there. Paul managed to bail out of the aircraft. 5 of his crew did not make it out of that aircraft, but Paul bailed out and was taken prisoner and spent the rest of the war as, shall we say, a guest of the German government. Paul, he's gone now. He has gone the way of all things. He was a friend of mine, and until the day I die, I shall state with pride that he was a friend of mine. This is a man who saw the horrors of World War II, who saw the experiences of being a prisoner of war of the Germans. And this is a man who, number one, never lost his sense of humor. And number two, after everything he lived through, never at any time spoke ill of his German captors. Paul was a remarkable man. I wish he was here right now, because if Paul Gordon was sitting here next to me right now, he would look at me and he would say, "Give me some of your fucking booze, you faggot." But that was my friend.
To be quite honest, I thought that was going in an entirely different direction, but regardless, I shall drink to that.
This is a man who was a prisoner of war of the Germans. He always had glowing things to say of his captors, except for the SS. That was a different matter. But I had the remarkable experience, honor of visiting France a number of years ago. Paul was still alive, and I was able to visit the town of Moushan, where Paul had landed after being shot down. And I got to meet Madame Kenton and her husband, this little girl who still remembered this American flyer being carried in a wheelbarrow by her father, shot up, bleeding, put in her bed. Paul was Here's how I can illustrate how Paul Gordon was. If you look at the pictures that the Germans took, his intake pictures, you can look at that and say, he was a smartass. And he was. Madame Kenton was visited by Paul in a number of years ago. And Paul brought a present and gave it to her husband. This will illustrate who Paul Gordon was. He had brought along an American baseball cap because, it's France. Let's bring an American baseball cap. And he brought along a baseball cap from the Pennsylvania town of Intercourse. And he gave it to Madame Kenton's husband, a baseball cap that said intercourse in giant letters. And he didn't say anything, and Madame Quinton's husband wore that until the day he died. His proud baseball cap that said intercourse.
Dude, I want to know what all of the rest of his buddies said to him. Just, dude, like, you're getting it every night. How do you do it? And he just points to his cap.
When I went to visit, I was in the company of some French furries, and I visited Monsieur and Madame Quinton, and I saw these souvenirs that Paul had brought them, and Monsieur Quinton proudly showed off his hat that said intercourse. And I said, that's very nice. Nice hat. I couldn't say it. I couldn't tell him.
You are doing him a favor because I'll say it again. He was probably getting more than enough from his lovely wife, first of all, but second of all, he was probably getting more than enough props, shall we say, from all of his fellow countrymen for that.
Yep.
And those that knew what the hat meant, of course.
While I was there, I got to meet some other folks. The gentleman who was the mayor of the town of Mushan at the time. When he was a little boy, he was the newsie. He was the guy who delivered the newspapers back in the 1940s. He delivered the newspapers, but his job was in his bicycle with his little basket in the front. He had messages. He would take them to the church, and the pastor of the church would climb up into the steeple where there was a radio set, and he would transmit these messages that this little newsboy brought to him. You know, Jean à la longue moustache, things like that.
Let's see, what else is happening right now?
Yes, so what else is happening? We're getting into crazy
what is
shit.
happening in the interwebs part of things? I think it is a good segue into what is happening in town. All of this that I'm reading is gibberish to
I'll
me.
tell you
You'll
what,
have
Jen, you look at that shit while I fill this crap, okay?
Are you really trying to make an old dragon with bad eyes read a tiny chat box?
Yes, I am.
I thought it was my internet connection lagging. Turns out it was your bottle pouring that was lagging. Vincent Wolf says the best part is when you found the furry art of the Luftwaffe Wolf. I'm not sure if I get what Vince is saying. Or Vincent, rather.
The furry art of
The Luftwaffe.
are you talking about the drawing in the concrete of the horse with the giant penis? Is that what we're talking about?
Wait, are you telling me there's more than just a horse with a giant penis? Are you telling me there was an entire comic strip that was etched out in concrete of someone's deep, dark fantasy of a horse with a giant penis meeting a Luftwaffe bull, and somehow they, solved all of the world's conflicts together by having a hot makeout session?
Yes.
I want to subscribe to that comic. Tell me where I can find it.
What I mean to say is that if we take ourselves back in time to from the 1940s. History books, History Channel will tell you it was all good guys versus bad guys. And on this side were all the evil people, on this side were all the good people. It was a lot more complex than that. Because, let's face it, in the waning days of World War II, there were some young Germans who just wanted this shit to be over. And those are the ones whose art I saw, I suspect.
Are you telling me that they spent their time, enlisted to serve their country instead of, well, of course, perpetuating the horrors that we know of? Are you telling me that they spent their time drawing furry porn?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm telling you. Yes.
Suddenly, I don't feel so bad about what I've seen.
Too much time has passed, and the chances of this are vanishingly small, but 10, maybe 15 years ago, when I was traveling to Eurofurence, if I knew what I knew now, when I was at the rail station in Nuremberg, and I saw the elderly gentleman who was missing a leg, who was moving along on crutches. If only I could say to him in the universal language, "Excuse me, were you the one that drove the horse with the giant dick?" And the chances are very, very good he would have said yes. And I would have said, "Let me introduce you to my friend Gideon."
What if in that universe, instead of him saying, yes, I drew it, he said, no, but I certainly looked at it and passed the time looking at it, if you catch my drift? I'm sorry, that forgive my mind. It has been some time since you and I, well, since you and I have spent this much time together, but we never ever go on a show without ever bringing in any of our friends. And I hope you don't mind if I'm just imagining at this very moment the same conversation, except with boozy or alkali, and thinking of how they would react to, oh, well, we could just solve every courtroom case with this kind of, I guess, a mutual agreement. Well, guess what? My client isn't guilty, but has your client ever jacked off to a giant horse penis before? I don't think so. But if he has, then we wouldn't be in here, would we?
Yeah. Honestly, Miss changing the topic.
We'd solve a lot of problems by admitting such commonalities between us.
Tianlong, what sweet and or candy were you rarely allowed to have and now find to be rather nostalgic?
A sweet and, sorry, what was that? A sweet
A sweet and or candy that you were rarely allowed to have, but yet now find to be rather nostalgic.
That is a rather difficult question to ask of along, given the fact that we are always offered candy, especially during the Chinese New Year time. But one that I guess must come to mind, and this again sort of lines up with the theme of the New Year, the Chinese New Year in particular, is that there's always these little, what they called, I don't know why they called them this way, but they always called them like little ivory candies because I guess the color of them were ivory, and they would always be in these tiny, tiny red plastic packets, usually with the word, luck or goodness or wellness on them. And we would always get them during the Chinese New Year because, again, that's what the loans were always given. We were always showered with blessings and offerings from all of the humans, and we would take all of them. And these ones in particular would be, very, very tiny, and they'd have this very ivory-like color. And when we would eat them, we wouldn't chew or munch on them. We would sort of just let them melt in our mouth. And the flavor was indescribable. The flavor was almost as if we were eating, I guess, what you could call, the literally the if we were eating a dragon pearl that had been expired for a week and had been doused with sugar, and we weren't able to bite or really chew to make it any more tasty, but we just kind of let it sit in our mouth, and somehow we learned to tolerate that. Even if it doesn't sound as sweet or savory as you might expect, that for some reason evokes a rather nostalgic memory, especially because, well, we turn down tribute. That is not in our culture, and the many tens of thousands of those terrible little candies that I had to endure do still remain in my mind to this day.
Onyx Flame is posing the same question to me. Well, Onyx, I will answer you with absolute bold-faced honesty. Your question is sweets that you were rarely allowed to have. I don't know if she is still watching, but I am the son of Grandma Kage. This woman spoiled me fucking rotten.
I can attest to that.
You say things that I was rarely allowed to have. This magnificent, glorious woman made it available to me. So I cannot answer your question. There is no forbidden fruit. There is no, what is this goal which is at the apex of the mountain? No.
I do know of one forbidden fruit of late that you have not been able to resist, and in
What would
particular,
that be?
the source of much enjoyment of Grandma and myself one year during the holidays.
What are you talking about?
Gingin.
Gingins.
Yes, gingins. You know, those little packets with the purple ends that you rip open and you see this glorious ginger laced crack cocaine
Keep
cup.
talking. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and this cocaine laced little sort of hardened gelatin cube shaped thing that Uncle Kage
Ah,
out. He quite often, if you ask Uncle Kage if you see him at a convention, if he's got a gingin on him, he'll immediately pull one out of his pocket, whether it be from his lab coat or his
you mean these gingins?
those delectable, absolutely irresistible crack.
I have as much as I can stand.
I remember one year when you were at work. You were blissfully unaware at work, and I was helping mind Grandma, and suddenly we discovered a package on her doorstep, and we had no idea what this package was. was addressed to you, but you had never said anything about it. And both her and I were hesitant to break it open. Finally, when we had mustered the courage and broke it open, we had discovered a pile of treasure in which we could use as leverage upon you for years and years.
We're talking the ginger chew. Yum, yum.
You know, you're going to make me want to get a gin at this point.
Those of you who've been watching this wine stream for a long time remember when I took one of these and threw it into a glass of bum wine and it turned green. Remember that?
Oh, don't you remember the time that you mixed it with sake in a tea kettle?
No, I don't remember that.
YouTube remembers that moment.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't know what you were talking about.
It's not fake news if that's what you're inferring.
Next question. Um. Wait. Jeremy, hang on. I need to read this. Jeremy found. This is in the way. Excuse me. I found a lot of World War I related in small town France. I found a scribble from some first SS soldier in a stairwell in the Gothic cathedral.
What?
Jeremy, that's a little confused. I think you need to send that by email because it's difficult to tell what you're talking about.
Tell you, anything that is, well, let's say of a more somber or depressing note, let's save that for email or after the stream.
Yeah.
I think we've had our fill of that for the evening.
I want to state for the record that ginger candy and white wine do not mix.
Have you tried it with sake?
I'm just saying that ginger candy and white wine do not mix.
Perhaps you could put it in a tea kettle and let it steep for a bit. Maybe that'll change the flavor palette.
I may need to. Oh shit. Didn't I have a glass?
Uh, at this point, I don't think a glass is entirely useful for where we are at. But I actually had a question to sort of change the pace of things. I had a question that I had just thought of myself, totally my own idea, not stolen off of others. But I had a question that I don't think I've asked in a while, and perhaps many that are watching don't know it as well.
What's that?
What is your fondest holiday season memory?
Mine?
Yes, yours. Since we are being all, well, not perhaps in the past hour or so, but in the spirit of the stream and the season we're in, we're being all holiday mood and festive and whatnot. It would be perhaps interesting at least to see what our fondest holiday memories are, and perhaps I'll start with yours.
This is going to sound like absolutely nothing to folks watching this because nobody will have any idea what the hell I'm talking about. Hey, Ma, you still watching? Maybe she's watching.
I, I don't doubt if she's gone to, well, do the nightly things that Grandma does.
All right. Back in the 1960s, there was a store outside of Philadelphia called Gaudio's. Gaudio's, if you will. My most fond holiday memories. As Christmas was coming in, Gaudio's, they were kind of like the Home Depot of the 1960s, if you will. They had all of the amazing big Christmas displays. My mom would take me to Gaudio's and we would look at all of their incredible Christmas displays. These days, you've got all sorts of virtual reality, things synced to music and shit like that. But if I take you back to 1969, when all we had were Christmas lights that could blink the same color at the same time. It was amazing. So from my earliest days, my mom taking me to Gaudio's and seeing at the time, what were these incredibly unbelievable, technologically advanced displays of color and
I think that in itself is a lesson that all of us can appreciate whether we know it or not, which is just the simple magic of Christmas, where things that don't necessarily come to life at any other time of the year, such as lights or trees or displays on a storefront, all of those things seem to come to life for 1 month a year, if at that. And all of a sudden, we see the wonder that just a simple marvel such as electricity or colored light bulbs can give us. But, well, I shall borrow a story from my human who has experienced more Christmases than I have, and in particular because, well, an old dragon like myself doesn't celebrate Christmas. We use it so we can get 2-for-1 good deal, 90% off now. The story that I would share from my human who has kept this as a close guarded memory because, well, it's not a memory that is necessarily festive, nor is it really in the spirit of Christmas, but this was the memory of when my human and his parents, rather, because humans have such things, they have parents, but when he discovered that his parents were actually in a bit of a panic as to whether or not they could convince their children that Santa was real. And in this case, they were wondering what sort of strategy they could devise so that they could, well, in the true spirit of Christmas, sneak out and get their presents for their children, of course, in the middle of the night when the children would supposedly be asleep. And in this case, well, unfortunately, the little human that I keep around, who was even more little at the time, he couldn't sleep. I mean, after all, what child sleeps on Christmas Eve, especially when they know that Santa is coming and they are going to get their presents? But instead of discovering upon Santa eating the cookies and milk that had been sent out, Santa brushing himself off after a trip down the chimney, Santa getting back on his sleigh so he could ride off into the night to the next house, instead of all of that, my human had discovered at a very young age that Santa came in the form of two very anxious looking Asian parents with arms full of Walmart bags, and within those bags, plenty of discounted toys. And at that point, very hastily stuffing them into pre wrapped gift boxes and putting said pre wrapped gift boxes under their tree. And although it wasn't really comprehensible at the time whether or not this was an act of desperation or an act of magic willpower into reality, at that point it was rather endearing at that point that the moral of the story is that one way or the other, the show must go on. The magic must continue. And through hell or high water, it would. And in that personal recollection, it certainly did.
I just had a realization.
What is that?
As human beings age, as human beings mature, our values change. I suddenly realized that moment in history where my values changed. And I can take it back to, if I had to make my best guess, it was 1973 or 1974. And here's my explanation. When I was a kid, when I was a wee bairnie, when I was a little fucking gacker, everything was about me. Everything was about me. Here's what I'm going to get for Christmas. Here's what I'm going to get. Here's what I want. Here's what I want. That was Christmas. Christmas was all about me. Here's my presents. Here's my Christmas list. There was a time, and it seems to me it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 1974, 1975. And it came in the form of an album by Peter Frampton. Frampton Comes Alive. That may not seem very important to everybody. Who the fuck is Peter Frampton? Why is his album important? But in my personal development, it is important because it was an apotheosis for me. It was a change. Up until that time, Christmas was my Christmas list. What can I get? What will I reap? What will I gain? Christmas is all about me. I'm going to get shit. But my eldest sister, Vicky, she wanted an album, an old vinyl album from Peter Frampton. Peter Frampton Comes Alive. And I, as a little boy, was trying very hard to get it for her. Peter Frampton sucked. You know, Peter Frampton was a piece of shit. He was a boil on the ass of history. But this was the first time in my young life when I went from this is what I want for Christmas to this is what someone else wants. This is what will make somebody else happy in this holiday season. And I believe it was 1974 or 1975. The change from all my toys, all me, to I want to make my sister happy this holiday season. It sounds very, very esoteric, and perhaps it's difficult for me to explain it, but this was an incredible sea change. This was the apotheosis, as I said, the change from my Christmas list to this is what I want someone else to have. Because if somebody else gets this, it will make her happy. And that her was my eldest sister, Vicky. I did get her that album, Frampton Comes Alive. Now, Peter Frampton was still a shitty musician. And I really, really hope that she enjoyed that bullshit because Peter Frampton was, God damn it. Okay, imagine if Pepper Coyote were to like get so totally, absolutely shit-faced that he was puking his guts up on top of a saguaro cactus. That was Peter Frampton.
Here's the problem. I think that's Pepper Coyote on a regular basis.
Actually, you're right. That's not a very good. Anyway,
we get the point.
Yes, that was the day that I moved from the world revolves around me to the world revolves around someone else being happy. And that is the day that I became a furry in 1974 or 1975.
So what you're saying is Santa made you a furry. He gave you the gift of furriness.
No, I do not say that because Santa he was an old guy with a beard who broke into little kids' houses and avoided their parents and tried to get the little kids to like... Okay, Santa was a fucking pedophile. All right, there, I said it. Santa was a goddamn fucking pedophile. But what I'm saying is I got my sister the album that she wanted, and the fact that I got it for her and it made me happy was when excuse me, my microphone is... That's when we went from everything is about me to other people exist in the world.
So, in other words, screw Santa. Uncle Kage is the one who has the gift of giving.
Yes, Uncle Kage is the gift of giving because Uncle Kage's glass is... Help me.
Uncle Kage's glass is giving a lot of alcohol to Uncle Kage's mouth and is currently not giving alcohol to Uncle Kage's mouth. So Uncle Kage's glass. Give more alcohol to Uncle Kage's mouth.
Marek the Wolf says,
I think so. The only thing I was going to say is, dude, I mean, if you were to say that, Santa was not the reason you became furry, dude, you haven't searched up Santa on E621 enough. That's all I have to say. So what you're saying is that at some point we graduate into being the Santa for others, and at the same time we graduate into being a furry. So at that point, Santa is a furry, and therefore Santa is confirmed a furry, and Santa is definitely on Fur Affinity. Case closed, we have solved the conundrum, and Santa is most certainly on E621 as well. That is all that we need to say. It is said and done. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
I pushed the mute button. I'm sorry. People are saying they can't hear me. I accidentally pushed the mute button. That was the most amazing, wonderful shit, and nobody heard it because I fucking pushed the mute button.
Well, did they hear the part where I confirmed that Santa is a furry and he is most certainly on E621?
I really hope so because, okay, guys,
Dude,
Chen and I said the most incredibly deep shit, and we all missed it because I pushed the fucking mute button. God damn, I'm so sorry. I fucked it up.
I'm not
Yes, Marauder says, this man is a PhD from Dartmouth. That doesn't mean he's smart. Okay, Chen, take it away from me. What are we talking about?
We were talking about how Santa Claus is most probably a furry and he's on E621, and somehow we are all Santa in one way or another, and that means we're also all on E621. And I should probably stop talking about E621 because it shows what I've been doing for the past 8 months, and I shall have another drink of my sake. Thank you. Good night.
That is correct. And there is probably a drop down on Fur Affinity.
Oh, dude, I was the one that made that drop down. I'll just let you know.
I am so pissed off. We said the most incredibly deep, insightful shit, and I
Dude, I have been saying this for many years. Since you and I have started doing this, I still don't know why people listen to us.
the same people who make me draw shit that looks like, oh my god, I don't understand it either.
But do people actually, it baffles me to this day, do people actually go forth with their lives following the kind of shit that you and I say as if you and I know what to do? We are just a bunch of bumbling hooligans bouncing around from booze bottle to booze bottle, barely holding it together. And at this point, we are just doing this because we've got nothing better to do.
That's a very good question, Tien. I'll tell you what, continue to ask that question because ich muss pissen.
Promise?
I go pee.
I shall say this with the honesty that a drunk can say this, and by that I mean I don't care what I say anymore. Because frankly, I have not been on a stream in quite a while, as some of you may have noticed, along with the fact that, frankly, I don't care what anyone has to think of what I have to say. And that is your fault if you like what I have to say, because I don't like what I have to say. But I'll say it nonetheless. And what I have to say is, regardless of what Uncle Kage or myself say in these sort of sessions, in these sort of streams, in these shows, whatever you call it as, the only thing that we hope to impart is, at least at the very slightest, some sort of nugget of wisdom, an iota of wisdom that also doubles as comedy, if we can even call it that, which will bring not only a smile to your face, but an understanding of, well, what not to do, first off, what not to do when you are traversing the difficult paths of life, and also how you perhaps can share the same sort of blithering absolute nonsense garbage that we are spewing out to you to other people and hopefully give them the same sort of comfort or same knowledge or same entertainment as we have been trying to. After all, as I've said, I can only speak with the honesty of, and in
Oh
this case, I
boy.
have to speak for two drunks because I have Uncle Kage on the microphone, currently on the pisser, as I can hear him, actually crawling all over the couch right now, and he's about to put his microphone back on.
I'm sorry, who are we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about Alkali. Alkali, who is currently sitting on his couch, piss drunk, with a
Oh, right.
close cap off. Alkali, if
Oh,
you are
God, yeah.
taking
Oh, it's.
recent pictures, we are very interested in seeing pictures right now, Alkali.
There you go. Hey, check it out. I'm Alkali. All right, there we go. All
Oh,
right.
hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, it's there. Ladies and gentlemen, um, whatever the fuck. All right, okay. Um, I missed a bunch of stuff, but I really had to pee, and I did, and it's finished. We're done now. Okay. Oh, hey, hang on. Tien, ready?
Yes.
From Undertaker, what is your gravy of choice?
Well, such personal questions, I don't know if I can answer that on stream. After all, asking what someone's gravy of choice tends to get rather steamy, as you know. So, what a rather personal question to ask of one Undertaker.
I just noticed my shirt is very wrinkled.
From where I am sitting right now, your shirt looks like a shirt, so I think you're doing perfectly fine. The only thing that I will say is that the shirt you are wearing does not match with the tie that you've got on. I don't know if you've got
You
any.
don't like my tie?
I adore your tie, but the shirt does not match with the tie, is what I am saying.
How do you say that my...
Yes, how do you say that your tie is?
Ugh. Wait.
Are you tangling yourself in electrical noodles? I see
Fucking
that you're
damn it.
tangling
Jesus
yourself
fuck.
in an electrical
Oh,
noodle.
here. Sorry, we're back. I'm terribly sorry. We had some technical difficulties there. What was that, Jen, you were saying?
I was simply saying that your tie is perfectly fine. However, you need to find the appropriate festive colored shirt to go with it, but that can be solved at another time.
XX said Cube XX says Kage, take off your shirt. Tien, what do you say about that?
Usually, I don't say much about that. I just sort of look as you do.
All right, that's one vote. We are not going to make any action based on a single vote. So, all right. Okay.
You know, if you take your shirt off, we might just have to end the stream so that we can, you know, make sure that we're not breaking any rules.
All right. Look, you're talking about taking the shirt off and having a bunch of fucking moobs blitzing around all over people's screen. No, ain't gonna. It's not gonna happen. Just not gonna happen. Sorry. One Yin Yang says dragons or yeens. Tian, we're going to let you answer that question.
Do you really think that I would be able to answer that without any sort of bias? Because I would say yeens are the beans, and the beans are what people want. So the yeens, of course. Yeen beans are, as everybody knows, the best kind of beans.
Of course. Keep talking. People are talking.
I'm talking, people are talking. Yeen beans are the best kind of beans because they give you more dreams than you can handle with yeen beans. Ah. What time is it now, pray tell? I cannot see the clock that is on my screen here. What time? Hmm? I see you're showing off your tie to the camera. It is somewhat delayed a little bit. I don't know if you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. Now, I'm
I,
sorry. What were we talking about?
pray tell what time it is.
You tell me.
It's is it Thursday o'clock? I cannot tell if it's Thursday o'clock at this point.
Apparently, it's 3:31 in Germany.
Oh, dude, three. Wait, what the hell? Three. Wait, shit. Really? Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, it's like the middle of the fucking morning in Germany.
Uh, dude, we've been going for like 4.5 hours at this point. Should we let the Germans sleep? Because
All right.
I'm pretty damn sure that there are some Germans that have been holding out until now because you know how the Germans are here, Ferns. They cannot stop until the show is over.
We have a notice here from Sad Cube. I'm starting to question if I am really a furry. I've been a fan for years and made many friends, but I don't have a persona and I can't represent myself. Well, Sad, okay. Number one, you've been a fan for years. That's fine. You've made many friends. That's great. You don't have a persona. That doesn't matter. The important part is you've made many friends. You don't need the rest of the shit. I've made many friends. Take that and run with it. That's what furry fandom's all about. You don't need a persona. You don't need a fursuit. You don't need to represent yourself. You've made many friends. Welcome to furry fandom. That's what we're all about.
I will tell you right now, if I or Uncle Kage, if either of us had to take a drink for every time someone said, "Oh, I'm not a furry because I don't have a fursuit," let me put it this way. You don't have to be a furry in order to experience the same thing that furries long for, that furries are in the community searching for their entire lives. Because these are not things that are exclusive to furries. These are not things that you need a fursuit for. These are basic interactions that we as beings on this planet are looking for. And those things are friendship, companionship, and put plain and simply, someone that we don't have to be worried about being around. This is a community where it does not matter what kind of fursuit you have, if you have it at all, what kind of background or lifestyle that you may be from. It does not even matter what kind of gender or identity that you may carry, because if you feel that you have gotten something from our community, whether you feel as a furry or not, you are one of us.
Yeah.
That is plain and simple.
Silent Dawn says, Kage taking his clothes off. Dragon needs to show his bum. Well, Silent Dawn, shall we take some of the pictures from the last time you visited after the stream was done, when you were several sheets to the wind?
Excuse me, pictures after the stream was done.
Here's the bottom line. Silent Dawn was here visiting, and actually, I should probably not say anything else. I'm not going to
No,
say that we have photographs.
Do enlighten us with what happened when Silent Dawn visited.
No, sir. No, absolutely no, sir. When Silent Dawn was here, we did not take any nude pictures. When that cute little slender boy toy was in. Let's move on to the next question, shall we? All right. What do we have here?
I rather like this question.
No. Slippery Cyan, this is not oddly specific denial. Oh, Jeremy the Head Fox says, Kage, go get a glass of water. Thank you very much, Head Fox. Strangely, that you should mention that. I actually do have a pitcher of water over there. The plan is when the stream is done. So thank you very much. It's taken care of. Yeah.
Oh, I did just notice that your clothes have indeed vanished off camera.
Oh, well, it's only because of the
Is it make sure no matter where it has disappeared off to that you get Ronnie on top of it. Ronnie,
right. Yes. That's what we're talking about. Yes. Right.
Yes, Ronnie shall take care of it.
Yeah. Oh, Kizneth Kitsura. You wore a badge I made for you on stage at AC 17. Oh, thank you very much for that badge. And it makes me so happy and proud of the work I do. It meant so much, and thank yous. Okay, Kidsneth, the fact that you took the time and the effort to make this badge for me, if I was able to wear it at AC 17, then it's only appropriate as my thanks, as my you know, thingy to you because you spent so much time making it for me. Tian, help me out. I'm having trouble with English right now.
He wants to suck you off for that badge. Thank you very much.
That's it. That's exactly what it is. Come and visit me because at my age, I'm very, very desperate and I have no sex and I really want you to come here.
Especially this year of all years.
Yes, yes, yes. This isn't being recorded, is it?
I've expired all that I've got here so far, and to be quite honest, given the time, I'm reluctant to pull out the second bottle. So how much you got left in your glass?
Well, in my glass, I have this much left, but I have another bottle. I'll tell you what.
I'd like to join you on a second bottle. I don't know if you're on the second or third. I think
we're going to call it a night at this glass because I don't think that if I were to drink that bottle, I think that would be impolitic. We're going to call it a night at this one. How's that sound?
I concur with that assessment. And if you were to drink that other bottle and I were to pull out my bottle, I don't think that we would like the results showing up on B621 as we've mentioned.
Let's do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, on my end, when this glass is done, we shall call this stream done. Tianlong, do you concur?
Well, I concur. Let me try to suck the rest of this bottle off, and I shall concur.
Can I watch while you suck it off? Listen, folks, at my age, you take it where you can get it, okay?
The bottle cap is quite big. I can't take the cap, but it does provide some satisfaction.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of responses, but it's all from the same people. I think there's only like 4 people left in the channel at this point.
I would not doubt it, considering that, one, all of our European viewers have probably gone to bed as they should have.
As they should have, yes.
That have stuck around are probably the perverts that are on E621 as we speak.
Tian, I'm going to let you answer this question.
What?
It comes from XX Sad Cube XX. Tianlong, I've never been to a convention before. What is it like?
XX Sad Cube XX. You have not been to a convention before. Let me tell you at least the story of my first convention. My first convention dating back to 2009 in a little city outside of Chicago, known as Midwest Fur Fest 2009. And perhaps this recount of my first convention experience will give you a little bit of at least wisdom for what yours might be like.
Yeah.
Back in 2009, when I had at least first descended down upon these lands, not in the form that I am now, but in another younger life, shall we say. I had descended upon this little city in Illinois, in the United States, that was hosting Midwest Furfest. And I had not known much about the people there. I had no idea what I was to expect. I had no idea what even reason I had to be. After all, I was a young fledgling in all the senses possible, and I was headed towards this mysterious town I have never heard of before, in a state I'd never visited before, in a country I had barely any experience with. And I ventured forth into the unknown, into everything that in any logical person's mind would have told me not to do. Because, well, why would I? What did I have other than myself in my mind saying, well, what if? What if I discover something magical? What if I discover something that I had not known I needed all along? And when I walked through those doors at Midwest Fur Fest 2009, and I walked through and seen droves and droves of oddly dressed people, oddly characterized folk, upon giant animals walking to and fro, walking in between crowds, walking into crowds, administering hugs, taking photos, trading memories and trading experiences. And if I had not been immersed almost neck deep into that environment, I don't think that I would have had that life changing experience of being at my first convention that I would have. And for me, when I had been to that convention, not just a furry convention, but just a convention, a place that you did not know that you belonged to, I can tell you that it is a very, very overwhelming but yet life changing experience. And I hope that in my recollection of my early days, that you in your current days can find some wonderment and some hope that when conventions do start up again, when we have the opportunity to relive that same magic, that you are able to attend your first convention and find the same wonderment and the same overwhelming both anxiety as well as excitement of diving into the unknown. Because I'll tell you quite honestly, you won't be ready. You won't know what to expect. You don't know what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're experiencing. But all you know in the core of your being is that you belong here. That is your first convention, and that is what I hope you find when you are able to attend yours.
What he said.
I think
All
I
right.
have talked far too much for the amount of alcohol that I have left, which is exactly none.
Well, I only have like 3 swallows left of what I have here, so I suspect that when this glass is empty, we should probably call it a night. What do you say, Tien?
I think that you have not done your job swallowing enough, and you should most certainly catch up. For celestial dragons, being as old and irritable as we are, do lack quite a bit of patience when it
No,
comes to
no,
those.
whoa, wait. You're saying I didn't keep up my end of the bargain because I have another bottle.
I'm saying that you have a problem when it comes to swallowing, and you should try and fix that when you've got a celestial dragon on your clock. Clock, not cock, clock.
I could take my undershirt off.
Don't make me pull the Asian out of my clock. You'll do something about that, and by that I mean you'll end the stream.
A lot of people are saying you shouldn't end the stream, but guess what? When this bottle's done, I suspect the stream is done.
I do hope that if I may say, while you're enjoying yourself, I do hope that everyone out there, regardless of what kind of a year, 2020 in particular, has been more than demanding of all of our patience, all of our resilience against everything happening, just all of our ability to live the way that we have. But the end of 2020 is in sight, and without hopefully jinxing the impending year to come in just a couple weeks' time, I hope that we're all able to continue such, because the sooner we're able to realize that this is a problem we must solve together and not a problem that will go away on its own, the sooner we'll be able to get back to having conventions, to being able to see each other in person, to enjoying the things that make not just furry fun, but just making life in itself enjoyable, which is being each other.
Jen, nobody heard what you said because we're having connectivity issues again. You sound like a Cyberman.
Are you telling me I just went through an entire spiel about the goodwill of man and peace on earth and, all that sort of stuff and no one heard it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I think it's time to end the stream if I'm having connectivity issues at this.
I'll tell you what, when this glass is empty, the stream is done. It's my stream, and when this glass is empty, we're done. What do you say?
Hurry up, I want to see you take your shirt off.
Excuse me, you what?
I want to see you sip the wine off. That is what I meant to say. Go by what I mean, not by what I said.
So you don't want to see me take my shirt off?
Can't say that while we're still streaming, and I certainly can't admit.
Well, are you sure? Because the stream is just about done. Actually, Marek the Wolf.
What do these fine folk have to say? Let's see.
Marek the Wolf is bringing up that I said that I would sing the Green Fields of France, so perhaps that should be the end of the stream. What do you say, Tien?
I think it's about due time.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for your kind attention this evening. My co-host Yen Long and I are extremely grateful for your attention. The fact that we've been sitting here this evening doing random silly shit and you've been watching it. It's great. It's gratifying to us. If it made you happy, if watching us do this silly bullshit has made your evening better, then on behalf of Tianlong and myself as entertainers, if our foibles tonight have made your evening more enjoyable, then that's what we are here for. Then that's our purpose as entertainers, our purpose as clowns. If you were feeling melancholy or down, and because of what we did tonight, you are feeling neither melancholy nor down, then that's what we're here for. So, we have had a request for me to sing some shit, and I am desperately attempting to kill some time because I can't remember what it was that somebody.
Green fields of France, I
Oh,
believe.
right. Thank you, Chin. Thank you, Chin. Okay, we need to have. Oh shit.
Are we pulling the Googles up?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end this stream on a. I'm not going to call it a downer. I'm going to call it a realer, because all of us sitting here in the 21st century, getting together, talking about shit, and we like to uh, you banter back and forth about the old days, and look at us, we know all about history. An old guy is going to throw some history at you. Who the fuck am I? And what is my role in this? Guys, you're all kids. I knew men who fought in World War I. I grew up with men who lived in the trenches of the Western Front. And there was a song that was written that kind of captures all of it. I'm going to take this shit out of my ear. And because there have been requests, we're going to end this stream with it. Some folk might call it a downer. I don't think so. I call it an upper. Because let's face it, you youngsters out there, you kids, you enjoy the world that you enjoy because others have gone before and given their lives, given their innocence, given everything, so that you would enjoy what you have. Let me put it this way. When I talk to old veterans, I use the same thing. You old guys went through the most amazing shit so that I would not have to. And that, youngsters, is what we owe to these old veterans who went through shit specifically so that you would not have to. And now these folks are asking for a song, and I'm going to get copyright strikes. That's all well and good. I don't care. I could put this crap back in my ear, but you know what? I don't care. Now when I was a young man, I carried a bag, and I lived the free life of the rover. From Murray's green basin to the dusty outback, I waltzed my Matilda all over. Then in 1916, my country said, son, it's time to stop rambling, there's work to be done. And they gave me a tin hat, and they gave me a gun. And they sent me away to the war. and the band played Waltz in Matilda. As our ship pulled away from the quay, amidst all the cheers, the flag waving and tears, we sailed off for Gallipoli. For well I remember that terrible day when our blood stained the sand and the water, and how in that hell that they called Suvla Bay we were butchered like lambs at the slaughter. Johnny Turkey was ready and he armed himself well. He chased us with bullets and he rained us with shells. And in 5 minutes flat, he blown us all to hell. Nearly blew us back home to Australia. And the band played Waltz in Matilda as we stopped to bury our slain. We buried ours, and the Turks buried theirs, and we started all over again. Now those who were living just tried to survive in that mad world of blood, death, and fire. And for 10 weary weeks I kept myself alive, as all around me the corpses piled higher. Then a big Turkish shell knocked me arse overhead, and when I awoke in my hospital bed, and I saw what it had done, and I wished I were dead. Never knew there was worse things than dying. For no more I'll go waltzing, Matilda, all around the green bush far and near. For the hump tent and pegs, a man needs both legs. No more waltzing, Matilda, for me. They collected the cripples, the wounded and maimed, and they sent us back home to Australia. All the legless, the armless, the blind, the insane, all those proud wounded heroes of Suvla. And as our ship pulled in the circular quay, I looked at the place where me legs used to be, and thanks Christ there was no one there waiting for me. And to grieve, and to mourn, and to pity. And the band played Waltz in Matilda as they carried us down the gangway. But nobody cheered. They just stood there and stared. And they turned all their faces away. Now every April I sit on my porch and I watch the parade pass before me. And I watch my old comrades, how proudly they march, renewing old dreams of past glory. And the old men march slowly, old bent, stiff, and sore. The weary old heroes of a forgotten war. And the young people ask what her way they marching for. And I ask myself the same question. And the band plays Waltzing Matilda, and the old men still answer the call. But year by year, the numbers get fewer. Someday no one will march there at all. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, who'll go a waltzing Matilda with me? And their ghosts may be heard as they march by the billabong. Who'll go a waltzing Matilda with me? Play ball.
I think it is mighty time
I
for
beg
us to.
pardon, ladies and gentlemen. You're talking to a gentleman who knew men who fought in the First World War. I think we're done tonight.
Absolutely.
Yes, the what the fuck? We're done. So we're going to call an end to this wonderful evening that we have spent tonight. Thank you all for joining
To this.
myself and the amazing Celestial Dragon Tianlong. We hope that you have had at least a little bit of fun, at least a little bit of laughter, at least a little bit of levity to take your minds off of the shit that we are dealing with right now. But I will leave you with this very, very quiet, hopeful note that within the 6 months to come, maybe we will beat this shit. We can only cross our fingers that we will have this done. And then all of you, you magnificent, you young people, years from now, you'll be able to tell the kids, I lived through it. I saw it happen, and I was there when we beat it. That is my earnest hope for all of you tonight. So on behalf of myself, this broken down old piece of shit, and the amazing Celestial Dragon Tianlong. Say some shit, dude.
Thank you all for being here.
We want to thank you for coming here tonight. And we're going to leave you with that earnest hope that in the next 6 months, everything will get better. Will it? Maybe it will. But all we have right now is hope. And if all we have is hope, then that is what we have to cling to. Ladies and gentlemen, let us embrace that hope that we have turned the corner, and despite all, we are going to put this behind us. So thank you very much for joining us tonight on behalf of myself and my amazing co-host Tianlong. Thank you very much. And God bless. Good night.
Give me a kiss, asshole.